regular business meeting for the City Council. Here today to do our invocation is Margie Gonzalez from Vida Church. Margie, thank you for being with us today.
If everyone would just bow their heads, close your eyes. Si puedes cerrar sus ojos. God, today we're thankful for another day. Señor, te damos gracias por otro día. God, today we're thankful for our leadership. Señor, te damos gracias por nuestro liderazgo. God, today we pray blessings over each of them. We pray the wisdom of God. Señor, te pedimos bendiciones para cada uno de ellos y te pedimos sabiduría para cada uno. God, today we pray that the wisdom of heaven would flow directly into their hearts and minds. Señor, que esa sabiduría del cielo venga a fluir, Señor, a cada corazón y cada mente. And Lord, today, just as your word says that you control the movement of the nations, Señor, así como tu palabra dice que tú controlas el movimiento de las naciones, God, we ask you to control the movement here in Amarillo, Texas. Señor, te pedimos que tú vengas a controlar lo que sucede aquí en Amarillo, Texas. And God, today we pray that above everything, although there are agendas, there are man's agendas, Señor, que aunque haya agendas, Señor, que cada hombre tiene, Señor, que sea la agenda tuya, la agenda del cielo que sea soberana en este lugar. God, we ask that even though there are these man-made agendas, Lord God, that we pray that your agenda, the agenda of heaven, would come to earth. God, we pray that you would be Lord of these proceedings, Señor. Pedimos que tú seas Rey y Señor de lo que está por suceder. God, that everything that takes place would be on your order. Señor, que todo lo que suceda sea a tu orden. God, we pray that you would perfect every detail. Señor, que tú vengas a perfeccionar cada detalle de lo que se lleve a cabo. God, we pray for peace. Señor, te pedimos paz. We pray for unity. Te pedimos unidad. Que aunque a veces no estemos en acuerdo, Señor, que últimamente estemos unidos. God, that even though sometimes we don't agree, that we would be united in purpose. Señor, que nuestro propósito sea para lo mejor para esta ciudad. God, that our purpose would be set on what's best for the city. Lord, again, I bless each and every leader, Señor. Una vez más bendigo cada líder. And Lord, I pray that honor would abide in this place, Señor. Yo te pido que haga honra en este lugar. That we would remember that all authority is given by you. Señor, tu palabra dice en Romanos que toda autoridad viene de ti. Romans says it. Every bit of authority comes from God. And so, Lord, we honor that authority. Honramos esa autoridad. We ask you for wisdom and peace to abide. Que haya sabiduría y paz. In the name that is above every name. En el nombre que es sobre todo nombre. The name of Jesus. En nombre de Cristo. Amen. Amen.
And supporters in the audience for older adults and persons with disability. So if you're here today for this proclamation, we would like to invite you to join us up front. I know Susan Hammett's here. I saw her. Susan, come on up. And bring anyone you would like to bring with you.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. We're glad to have you. Come on through here.
Good to see you. Yeah, it's always good to see you.
Whereas abuse of older adults and persons with disabilities is a tragedy inflicted on a vulnerable segment of the population that crosses all socioeconomic boundaries. And whereas combating abuse of older adults and persons with disabilities helps improve the quality of life for seniors and allows them to continue to live as independently and vibrantly as. Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. And whereas Amarillo seniors should be treated with respect and dignity as they continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and as they are important and active members of our community. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council members of the city of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Amarillo, and we urge all citizens to work together to help reduce abuse and neglect of people who are elderly or who have disabilities, given under our hands and seal of office this 14th day of June 2022. Susan, would you like to say a word on behalf of this cause?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to talk about this a little bit. Tomorrow is World Elder Abuse Day, Awareness Day, and we're going to go out to the Cadillac Ranch and paint the Cadillacs purple. We'd love to have all of you come out there and participate with us on that. In Amarillo, we average about 100 to 120 new cases of elder abuse. That includes sexual abuse and self-neglect, and we need to look out for our seniors, watch out, can take care of themselves. So I ask you to be aware of your surroundings and look out for our elders. They're the ones that pay the taxes, built the buildings, paved the streets, made the schools. Let's not forget about them. Thank you all very much.
I think we're ready, Joy. Maybe. Oh, no, I'm going to let somebody else do that. That's not going to work either, is it? Hey, Chase. And hold the fancy papers.
Wait, I'm going to get I've got this little skinny lady here. I don't want to be blocking her. See, that gives the giant shadow.
I'm excited about this next part of our meeting. Some of my favorite people in the city are here, artistic kids, and we're going to get a chance to see some of the work that they've been doing. So, Mr. City Manager, I'll pass the mic to you for our 2022 Every Drop Counts poster contest winners.
Are we doing...
Right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I was looking at the wrong place on there. We got Damon Ratliff, Assistant Director of Utilities, to introduce the topic. It's an important topic. We could do it every year, like the Mayor said. Like the Mayor said, I need to breathe more. Damon, take it away.
So I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity to come up and actually talk about this. This is one of our big conservation efforts that we do every year, and so we really do appreciate the mayor and council's support on the entire process. The really cool part is, too, is that some of the students that actually submitted are in the crowd today, and so hopefully whenever we're done, we'll get an opportunity to get them to come up and introduce them to you all. Did you all get the PowerPoint? You didn't get a PowerPoint. Awesome. All right. Okay, so on the PowerPoint, we actually had all of the artwork that the kids had done. I thought that had been sent over, and I apologize for that. We will release our new calendar sometime mid-December, and so we're in the process of working through getting that printed up today. I will tell you that this year we had more entries. We had over 114 entries for the Every Drop Counts campaign. That's awesome. That's better than what we've done in years past. The other thing is, too, is that this year we had more prizes that were donated from our community for this process than we've ever seen before either. In fact, that total was over $2,200 worth of prizes that was donated for the kids, so that way they had some reward for doing some conservation drawing and trying to help get that message out there. We had everything from Pack-a-Sack Toot and Totem all the way to Wonderland Park, including the Sod Poodles in Hodgetown gave some stuff, so the kiddos will get T-shirts and they'll get rings for the games and things like that. But I will tell you, I need to give a shout-out to Anthony Spinell. He's an awesome resource. And so we reached out to Anthony and said, hey, can you help a little bit? And boy, did he blow us up. And so good for Anthony, and I appreciate all the help that he gave us to get prizes for the kids. So typically what we do is we offer up 13 prizes. There'll be one for every month, and then we will also have a grand prize winner. And so this year, the grand prize winner is actually Madison Grace. She's in the 8th grade. She goes to school at Westover Park. So in the K to 2nd grade age group, we had 3 winners in that group. Adria Hernandez, she came in 1st place. Seamus Stoddard came in 2nd place, and Gavin Durup came in 3rd place. In the 3rd to 5th, we had 3 winners in that group also. Madeline Wheat came in 1st. Carly Campbell came in 2nd, and Zephyr Robinson came in 3rd. In the middle school group, we had 3 winners there also. Eden Jenkins came in 1st. Aubrey Petrowski came in 2nd, and Griffin Elliott came in 3rd. And then in the high school group, we had Nick Rogers came in 1st. Kaylee Kirkland came in 2nd, and then Jordan Pham came in 3rd. And so we just want to say thank you to all the students that actually put in for this contest, because it's awesome. Saturday night, we went to the park. We did a thing down there. They were doing the movie in the park, and so we went out and set up our booth, and we gave over 100 of these calendars away. It was amazing how many people really, really wanted to see the calendar and were so impressed with the artisticness of the kids. And so it's for a great cause, great message. And so I'd like to give them a round of applause, and if it's okay, we'd bring them up.
We would love that,
Awesome.
yes. Yeah, I thought it might, since we were going to have quite a few of them, I thought it might work well for council to stand back here and for the kids to be right in front of us. Parents, y'all feel free to come up and get a closer or get whatever angle you want. You don't have to be in the aisle. This is a pretty big deal.
It is.
You guys as artists are getting displayed on the calendar that the city's going to distribute for a whole year.
Whole year.
Your artwork. How cool is that?
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, everyone stay where you're at. Let everyone that's on the side cycle in here and get the glamour shot.
Every parent that wants to get a
I like
shot
watching
at
the proud parents as much as
I
anything.
know, that's so fun. Hey, we are so proud of you guys. Turn around here. We want to give you all a high five. Y'all can get one.
I got to ride up in the elevator with you.
We're very proud of you guys. Can't wait to see that artwork. Bye, Damon. Thank you. Parents, thank you guys for making the effort. This is so much fun. So much fun.
Right. You did a great job pointing out. It's going to be in our
Yeah.
calendar for you. You got moderation? Okay. Oh, yeah.
At this time, I'm going to pass the microphone to our moderator, Stephanie Coggins, our city secretary, and we will move on to the public address portion of our meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 people signed up for public comment today for public address. Thank you for participating in our city council meeting today. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we're glad that you're here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address city council regarding posted agenda items. Every speaker today will have 3 minutes to address council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep. We ask you that you stay within your 3 minutes allotted. Speakers are also asked to limit your comments to items on the posted agenda. We do have some public hearings today, so if you're here to speak on a public hearing, we would ask that you make your comment either during public address or during the public hearing, but not both, and it's your decision on where you want to do that. That helps us keep accurate records. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and whether or not you live in the city limits of Amarillo, and then you may begin giving your comments to council. First today is Mr. James Skank. Our second commenter will be Kenneth Flores, and so Kenneth, you'll be after Mr. Skank.
Well, that was fun. James Skank, City. Still concerned about when we're having public comments, at the beginning of the meeting instead of after when you have a discussion. Today's comment that I would like to have is in reference to the consent agenda on J and K, referencing the Santa Fe Depot and the amount of money that's fixing to be spent over there. And I'm just curious as to, I've been watching this follow through, and the things that are happening in the public, Mayor, and where we're coming up with this money. Have we already allocated and have this money on hand for this almost $1.6 million to deal with the Santa Fe Depot, which to me, as a concerned person, that's the least of our issues, is the Santa Fe Depot. If the Civic Center and City Hall are the key issues that you're pushing, but yet 40,000 people didn't help you push, and we're concerned about getting that money, did you already have the money and the plans and everything drawn up before? And I would like to see that possibly pulled off of the consent agenda today and discussed and then voted on, just simply to give us clarification of where that money's coming from and what you're choosing to do with it over on what I would consider just a tentacle of the project, which would be the Santa Fe Depot. And, in reference to that, I'm really getting more and more disappointed with the direction that the council is taking on pushing things through that were not voted on. And it's tough to see that representative republic We voted for you. Y'all asked us for a vote. We gave you a vote. But so what? Here we go. We're going to do it anyway. Possibly, depending on what the Attorney General says or what the 320th says about whether this is a legal maneuver you can have. And I hope people are paying attention to that, because I know we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skank.
Mr. City Manager, I am happy to pull that item so we can, as a council, address those questions when we get to the consent agenda. Sorry, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Flores. And Kenneth Flores will be our final public address today.
Hello. It's good to see everything. It's the first time I've been to the meeting over here, so as
Welcome.
education. I'm fighting with my voice right now, so I apologize for that. I haven't done public speaking since college, so it's been some time. But anyway, my wife and I, Diana Soto, we want to develop 2 pieces of property we have with manufactured housing. So we applied, to get this zoning changed so we can do that. The original intent of this was we develop one property and sell it and use the resources from that on the secondary property for our grandkids and for the family. So this is item number, I believe, C3 or 3C, Belmont Park. And I just wanted to touch on a couple items that I think have a bearing on this. And I kind of did a bullet point thing here, so bear with me. The original intent of this area was for manufactured housing. It was for housing initially and manufactured housing. The nearby areas around that is full of single wides manufactured housings already in that area, and it's surrounded by that. And that's the direction we want to go. So it's not out of sorts with the surrounding area. It'll be conducive with what's already there. So that's why we're asking for this. That's pretty much all I have to offer on the subject. I wanted to thank each of you for your time, and I hope that we can get this zoning changed so we can start construction in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mayor, that concludes public address.
Thank you, Stephanie. We'll move on now to agenda item 1A. Was there anything in your packet, council, that you wanted to address up front with questions or get more information on? Hearing nothing, agenda item 1B is to discuss homeless services and get an update from city staff on where we are with that. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. We have Director of Community Development, Jason Riddlesberger, here to present the item and answer any questions council has. Jason, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So glad to be here again to get to present the homeless services that we've been providing. I want to give you a little bit of an update on a couple of programs that you're aware of, and then also kind of a direction that we're wanting to head in regards to shelter. So let's talk about our Coming Home program. Since the creation of Coming Home in November of 2018, we've now had 384 clients on our program. Since just this October of 2020, you can see we had a big push where we've added 294 total new clients. 203 of those were male, 84 were female, and 7 were children. That group is very busy. 7,131 unduplicated services. Those are we're helping them get driver's license. We're helping them getting their Social Security cards. All kinds of services that we provide for them, those are unduplicated. As you know, we've got a new slew of staff that we're wanting to hire. We're currently in that process to hire 9 new staff. And it's our projection that we're going to add another 200 clients to this program by the end of, at the end of September 2023. So that program is going very, very well, very successful, and very proud of that group. This is our outreach team. Whenever I hear about, folks that are living in the streets and camps and things of that nature, this is the group I call on as our outreach. They're going out and they're engaging with folks out in the streets, in camps. So they're doing a great job. Since October of 2020, they have engaged with 183 new clients. 121 were male and 62 female. That's a lot. They're all over the city. It's not where we can find 183 in one place. They're having to go out and find them. So they're doing a great job. And I'll just say that for the most part, that outreach team has been this one gentleman here, Mike Johnson on the left. That's been pretty much him that's been doing that for better part of a year. So we've now upped that team a little bit, so he's going to have a lot of help. You see there are 381 unduplicated services. They're getting emergency food, water, cold weather equipment, things of that nature that they're getting out there to the folks that really need it. So that was our coming home update. Let me give you, I know everybody's real excited to talk about the Prep Academy. Let's talk about that. 22
Are excited, actually. Yeah.
22 total new clients have participated in this program. Remember, we're about 6 months into the program now. 3 have transitioned to full-time employment. We've got an average of 105 bags of trash, so about a ton of trash that we're picking up every week. And since our last update about 27 weeks ago, we've picked up about 28.35 tons of trash. Let me tell you a little bit about our future plans. So in this first 6 months, we've kind of been tailoring this to how we want to do this program. So we've come up with a really good plan on how we're going to do that. We're going to have 2 peer support specialists that are supervising this program. They'll be full-time working on this program. We're going to consistently have 8 part-time employees working in the program, so they're going to be moving in and moving out. We're going to be graduating them, and I'll tell you what a graduation looks like here in just a minute. We've got a new partnership with Goodwill. So this is going great. So part of this program is that they're going to do an 8-week course. It's a computer literacy class. So Microsoft Word, how to use email, email etiquette, things like that. So it's really getting them the things that they need to be able to do in this day and time. So those are very important things. They will actually get a certification from South Plains College when they complete that 8-week, 48-hour class. So what does successful completion of that program look like? Good attendance and work product. They've got a minimum of 90 days of employment with our program. The completion of that 8-week computer class. And then, of course, completion of the resume building and interview training. So we're also teaching them and going through mock interviews, making sure that resume looks good. So this, I hope you can see this a little bit. I'm going to kind of give a description. So what we're going to do, and before we were kind of focusing on a few parks, and we were kind of helping parks department with some of the bigger parks. Well, we've kind of changed that a little bit, and we're now going to focus on Center City, from Johnson to Washington, Adams area, and then from 1st to 15th. So you can see that block square there. We're going to be really focusing in on that area, making sure that we keep all of that clean. And whenever we talk about things like beautification of the things within that, beautification, I'm going to say it's a little bit more than what we do at some of the parks where we're getting the big stuff and we're going and getting the trash cans emptied. Beautification, we're talking about cigarette butts. We're talking about minute details that we are truly beautifying that. And that's kind of where we saw with what we were doing in parks. We were spending a lot of time on that beautification, and we want to bring that to Center City, where we can see that around the Civic Center, around the police department, around the Guy Saunders Resource Center, those kinds of things. So you see, we're also going to be looking at cleanup of abandoned homeless encampments. That's going to be, when we find out about those areas, we're going to send this team over there to make sure that those areas are cleaned up. And we're also going to help with some of the special events that come up. We're going to assist parks with like the Independence Day celebrations, chamber barbecue, that kind of thing. We're also going to still keep Elwood and Sanborn as well as Rails to Trails parks. They've really taken some ownership of those parks and really want to continue that beautification of those areas. We've gotten more feedback about Rails to Trails than we have just about anything that folks really have noticed the difference that's made, and they've kind of just, that is their area. So that's the end of that. And I wanted to kind of bring focus to a particular person. So sometimes it's cool to hear the stuff that we're doing, but I think it's really neat to see somebody that's actually doing this. So Stacy has been in our program for several weeks, and she is a success story, and she has graduated from the program and gotten full-time employment offered from another department within the city, so she's going to be starting that soon. Not only that, she's finishing the first 8-week course, and she's actually wanting to go on to the second course. So she's going to continue learning even more. So I wanted to give Stacy a round of applause for that.
Just the way.
So that is, I wanted you to see a person that is actually benefiting from what we have done here and what y'all have allowed us to do. So super excited about that. All right, so let's talk about the future, what plans I would love to do. So first, the problem. I brought this to you a few weeks ago when we talked about the point in time count. The big problem, and I know it's in white there, but I hope you can see that, 368 unsheltered homeless of our 539 total. That's folks that are living in the streets, alleys, and tents, places that are not meant for habitation. So we've got entirely too many people that are living in the streets. That's the problem. We've got to come up with a solution for that, and that's something I get phone calls and emails about every day, is that what are we going to do about this? What are they going to do about this? Well, I think that we need to come up with a solution. So here we go. Continue about the challenges. We get lots of calls about trespassing and things on people's property, on the backs of their property. We get issues with fires out in some of these encampments. Very dangerous for folks. The weather is dangerous. It's just a bad situation. We don't have the resources necessary out those. They don't have bathrooms. They don't have showers. They don't have food and water, so that's why we've got our outreach that's trying to get those emergency things out to them. And then, of course, we've got the anti-camping ban that came into play last year. And so we've got to address these things. You know, the citizens call us about these things, and we've got to figure out a way how we can humanely take care of these issues and help our citizens. So our current resources, just so you know what our current resources are, I know you know a lot of these. In the daytime, we have the Saunders Resource Center. You may hear it called the GSRC. That's a daytime refuge for folks. We average about 100 to 150 folks staying out there every day. The park, the PARC, they are a smaller agency. They really focus on a lot of detail, giving out resources and doing programs with folks, and that's a lot smaller, about 25 per day. And then our nighttime, we have Faith City Mission. They are a men's only at this point, men's only shelter, emergency shelter for the nighttime, and they have a 40 capacity. They can usually push that up to around 50 or so during really inclement weather. And then we have the Salvation Army, who has a capacity for about 250 beds. But right now they have changed the way they do their programs, and it's usually about 10 to 30 clients that are staying there every night. So we've really got a big gap there that you can see that we've got a lot of folks that are unsheltered homeless, and we don't have places for them to be right now. So that's where we've got to come up with a solution. Why aren't they staying in some of these shelters? A lot of the issues become program rules. If you put a lot of barriers in front of folks that they can't meet, that basically means that you're saying that you can't come to the shelter. So that's what we mean by program rules. It's a very high barrier. So we need something a lot more low barrier, that we want to get you in first. Let's figure out why you can be here, not why you can't be here. Mental health challenges. A lot of folks are dealing with PTSD, a lot of different kinds of mental health problems, and being in a dorm-style shelter is not conducive to those kinds of things. Pets, if we've got people that have pets, that all of our shelters, all of our day and night shelters do not allow pets at this time. And then we also have separation of family unit. If you've got a couple that comes to the Salvation Army, they're separated and placed in different dorms that they're not allowed to stay together if they don't have their marriage certificate. So huge barrier. I know I wouldn't want to be separated from my wife, so I'm sure that these folks believe the same thing. You remember a few years ago we had the Tent City out around 4th and North Hughes. That facility was not as effective as it needed to be. It was in a floodplain. It was very dangerous for folks that were staying out there. It had no security. It was pretty much run by the people that were living out there. lack of funding. They didn't have funding. They didn't have staff to stay out there and take care of that. So that eventually was disbanded and hasn't been around for about a year and a half now. So here's the thing. You know, I come from the policing world before I came to this position, and I know when we had calls like this, it's very difficult for officers to go out and have these kinds of issues in front of you when we don't have a solution for them. We say, you've got to leave this place, but I don't have the solution for where you can go. And so that's a challenge for officers. It's a challenge for our outreach team when they go out there and they say, hey, look, we need you to do something different. So what it boils down to is they just move from one place to another until we get a phone call or we get a complaint about that. So that's really not a good answer. So we need a solution. So let's talk about the solution. So this is a pallet shelter. This is a prefabricated shelter that is made out of Everett, Washington. The company is called Pallet. It is very small, about 64 square feet. It has air conditioning. It has a heater inside. Basically, you have electricity that's hooked up to this unit. It does not have water or sewer. It's more of built so you have a community of pallet shelters. So these are put in a community, and you have a community or communal bathroom or showers in order for them to have those facilities. I know it's kind of hard to read this. You can see the beds there. They actually fold up and can be out of the way, give you a little bit more room in there. It's got an emergency fire extinguisher. It's got a carbon monoxide detector. An egress door so you can actually get out the back there. That back panel kicks out. The front door has a lockable door. So that's really important that they're able to lock that and able to keep their property and keep themselves safe while they're inside there. So it's a really important thing for folks like this. These are some pictures of some places that we've gone to. We've actually gone out and visited other communities that have these types of shelters to see what that looks like in their communities, to see if that's something we could bring back to Amarillo. It was a very good educational time for us to learn what the do's and don'ts are. The way we're going to be doing, we would like to do this, is that it's a single point entrance. It's got good fencing around it. It's secure both on the inside and on the outside. So these are some pictures from some of those places. We visited with actually clients that are living in this and rave reviews about it, about the actual shelter itself, that it's very comfortable. It provides all of the things that they need. It's much better than a tent or living on a sidewalk and things like that. So this is much better than that. This is a pallet community out of California that we visited. You can see that it can be very pretty, very nice, and something that we can be proud of. It has capacity for us to have a place that we can put storage in there so that they can actually bring their stuff to a degree, keep that stuff safe. We want to do something with pets so that they're able to have a pet run. And also the neat thing about these shelters is that they're very easy to clean. So they can actually keep their animals inside of the unit with them. So that's definitely a barrier that we're taking away that we currently have. That's an overhead view of the same shelter. So this is my rendition of what I am envisioning coming along when we get this going. So you can kind of see that it's got two parts here, the left side and the right side. That left side is kind of what I consider the drop-in or the first entry point to what we're wanting to do here. So we've got the bottom, kind of you see that little hut there. That's the security entrance where we have one single point of entrance. When people would come, say an officer finds an individual that's maybe trespassing, and we say, look, John, we know you're trespassing here. You can't stay here, but let me take you to a place that you can go. So we take them to this location. You've got some lockers in the front that they can lock up anything if they need to keep a pocket knife or anything like that. They're not allowed inside of the shelter, but we would lock that up in the lockers there. It goes through the metal detector, make sure that everything's safe, so we keep the inside nice and safe. That left side, I want to have something where we've got some kind of an overhead shelter. So you see those canopies there that we've got it covered. They can actually unroll their bedroll and stay out there and sleep through the night. We've got a place for animals that they could stay. We've got showers and bathrooms, which is a huge plus for folks that are living in the street. A place to get clean, a place to go to the bathroom that is dignified, and they're not having to go on the streets. And so at that point, they're able to stay there through the night. And we're just very low barrier. Anybody, we're going to bring them there, and that's somewhere that they can stay. It's safe. We're going to have staff that works this to make sure that they're safe throughout the night. That very next morning, we're going to have staff that's there that's going to go case manage. They're going to go visit with them. Hey, John, what's your story? Are you planning to stay here? Are you an Amarillo resident? Or are you trying to just make your way to Phoenix? We can help them get where they're needing to go, help them case manage. If they're staying, then we want to start working with them. Do you need a driver's license? Are we trying to get back to the workplace? What is your issues? What can we help you do? And then we want to move them over to that transitional pallet shelter side. Again, we're going to be working with them. The idea of this design here is that they're not staying here forever. This isn't a permanent housing solution. This is transitional. They're going to stay in this pallet side where we're going to be able to engage with them. We're going to have staff that works with them daily to help make sure that they're getting the things that they need in order to move to the next step, which we hope is permanent housing. Again, showers and bathrooms on that side, and they can also keep their animals in the shelter with them. So these are some of the things, just make sure I've covered everything. Security and lighting, cameras, that kind of thing. We want to have all of that there. Privacy fencing, huge, tall privacy fencing. Picnic tables where they can actually eat in the facility. We've already been making partnerships with other agencies that are super excited about what we're doing. They want to bring food. They want to make sure that all of the meals are covered. It makes it a lot easier to do outreach and to help folks if they're all in one place and we're not searching for 350 people all throughout the city. If they're all in one place where their needs are being met, it's much easier for us to do outreach. Laundry facilities would be on location as well. So let me talk a little bit about the Guyon Saunders Resource Center. They are in the process of doing a campaign to raise money to build a new resource center. The current facility is not right-sized for what they're trying to do. It's not conducive to the day shelter. It was actually built, the day shelter, the part that they're using for the shelter was actually built for about 30 to 50 individuals. And you saw we have an average of 100 to 150 come in there a day. So this new facility that they are designing will be a much better facility. They're going to have a huge day room. They're going to have lots of resources there to help with laundry, bathrooms, showers, and things of that nature. So you can see that it sounds like it's a lot like what we're talking about with the outdoor shelter. These are a couple of pictures from West Town in Oklahoma City. This is what the GSRC design is designed after, kind of what they've got there. You can see the large day room there in the bottom. Real beautiful facility on the outside. Much higher staff to client ratio. They want to be a valued neighbor. Commercial laundry equipment. Right now they're using residential washer, residential dryer to try to do all of this laundry. So they're just wearing these pieces of equipment out. So they're not able to do very much every day. So we want to get commercial laundry so that they can actually make a dent in the laundry that they've got. Much bigger restroom and showers. Definitely increased security. This is going to include an outdoor space. So right now the GSRC only has an indoor space. So if they need to go outside and smoke or they want to go outside and eat or just hang out outside, they don't have that. This facility will have that. It'll also include a kennel for animals, so taking that barrier away is also. Upgraded mail service and have community partners on site. We've already talked again to numerous agencies that can't wait to get in there and have a satellite place in this facility. So health care, mental health care, all those kinds of things. All right, so next steps, what we're working on right now, we're looking for that location to make this happen. It's our hope to get this pallet shelter near the GSRC so that those can kind of co-locate in the same area. We're looking for a managing nonprofit. We're working on partnerships with building that kind of a relationship so that that nonprofit can be what helps us run this facility. We've got to have that ongoing funding, of course, and then community buy-in. I'll tell you, we've presented this. This is something that the Continuum of Care for the Amarillo area has been talking about this for years. This has been an idea and concept of mine for back when I was at the police department, that you see a problem, you want to come up with a solution. So we've been having these discussions with our partners at the Continuum of Care, and they are super excited about this coming to fruition. And this is exactly what we've done surveys throughout the community and received this kind of feedback that our top priority is non-congregate shelter, which is what we're talking about here. It's not the dorm style, it's the outdoor shelter, and it includes case management. That's the important piece. You can't just stick them in this and never engage with them and hope that that's going to solve the issue. You've got to engage, you've got to case manage, and you've got to work with them individually to move them to the next steps. So those are the two things that our continuum of care identified as very important things that we need to do with this project. So as you can tell, the COC fully backs this and supports this plan. That's all I've got.
That
was a quick update.
Wow.
Can I just do this?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Jason, this is after when we first came on and all the problems that were started with the homelessness issues that I really, to be honest with you, wasn't aware of. Man, you are moving the needle, and I am extremely grateful. I don't think I've seen plans like this that really look like that they've got the potential to change the environment, and I am so grateful that you took that position and that you're doing what you're doing. It's powerful.
Couldn't do it without my team, and I'll just tell you, as much as I'm passionate about it, I've had a lot of sleepless nights because this is so important to me, and it makes me happy that it's so important to you, and it's so important to our citizens. I know it is because I get the phone calls. One way or the other, it's super important, and thank you for helping us make this happen. So.
Council, other questions, comments?
But Jason, I appreciate you as well, and I appreciate the fact that you've always known, as I have known, that we do have a problem. But what I really love is that you're focused on the solution and have been for maybe a year, months. And so you've already answered one of my questions, was where is the Pallet Shelter going to be located? And so I understand now that you're hoping that it would be near the Saunders Resource Center. And the other thing, as far as the meals, how would that work with the Saunders Resource Center? Would they be the ones preparing the meals for the individuals that are in the pallet shelters? Is that how that's going to work? And is it going to just transport it over there to them, the meals themselves?
So that is still to be determined. I'll just tell you we've got a really good partnership with an unnamed group that I believe is going to help us with that food component that will encompass both the GSRC, which is typically possibly your breakfast, lunch, and then your pallet shelter that could theoretically be breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Because, that's one of the things with some of our shelters is that come 8 o'clock in the morning, a lot of times they're booted out the door and say, we'll see you at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Well, some folks work nights, or we need to be able to give them the option to work nights, and they need to sleep in the day. So this shelter needs, again, not have barriers. It needs to be open all the time. So that could be eating lunch, in the middle of the night, or that we have those kinds of options. So to answer your question, it's not set in stone on how we're going to do that, but I can tell you I'm not worried about food coming to these locations at all.
Okay. And then as far as Faith City Mission, has Faith City Mission always been for men only, or is that's just the way it is right now?
So since they moved, their current emergency shelter is just men only, and that's been that way for a while. They have some other programs that include women, some of their long-term programs that they can get into. But right now they're in the process of making new plans to have a women facility for emergency homeless shelter.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions?
I would just say I like Dr. Sauer's report. Ditto to what he said. I'm all for it. This is wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Stanley.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fantastic. Do you have an idea what it would cost annually to sustain the program once it's up and going?
So right now we've looked at if you were just looking at the pallet shelter, it'd be probably about $1 million a year for ongoing funding. I envision that this, again, is co-locating and sharing resources with the Resource Center. I think that they have the same mission, same goals, and I could see those coming together, and so I'd double that to make both of those programs viable.
And do you have any partnerships already lined up, or some other outreach initiatives with existing entities, nonprofits that are already doing this?
Yes. So a lot of the nonprofits are folks that are doing these kinds of things. You're like the ones I talked about, GSRC, Park, Salvation Army, Faith City. They all participate in the COC. They see this as a gap. The COC as a total sees this as a gap and very supportive of what we're doing, because this will answer some problems that those folks in those places can solve.
Yeah, great job. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
What's the timetable? Do we have one?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I think realistically 12, 18 months.
Okay.
I would like to think that, with the Pallet Shelter, to talk to the folks that build them, these can get sent here in a flat pack soon and get put up. But we want to do it right. We want to have good infrastructure. We want to have this built the way we want it to be there for a while. I don't want to just throw them up and be something that we're worried about, in 2 or 3 months. I want it to be done right in the beginning, because this is something we want to solve this issue. We don't want to just put Band-Aids on it. This is time for us to solve this.
As far as time frame, a lot of things are ongoing, prep and other things like that. But we'll be talking about some of them today in more conversation on Pallet Shelter, but also very heavily throughout the budget process.
So one other question based upon what you're saying, Jason. So is this also going to be dependent upon raising the funds for Guy Saunders?
So
the rebuild of that.
For their capital build?
Yes.
They are already in the process of doing that and have almost completely covered the cost there. They're very, very
That was
close.
my next question.
So they're doing a very good job on their
with.
capital campaign. Yes.
Okay. So this really has the potential to actually be up and done in 12 to 18 months.
Exactly.
So this isn't a pipe dream.
No, it's going to happen.
That makes me happy.
Jason, will you pause just a second and define Continuum of Care, COC, and just what they do, who it's made up of, why we call it Continuum of Care, all of that?
Yes. So the Continuum of Care is a collaboration of all agencies that work with the homeless. It could even just be concerned citizens. We've got, back before COVID, we were having 100 people show up for our Continuum of Care meetings. So it's all of these groups working together, networking together, figuring out what each agency does. So how can y'all help me where our gaps are? How can we fit together to help the homeless as best as we can? So all of these agencies come together, Salvation Army, Faith City, Another Chance House, Downtown Women's Center. All of these groups come together, VetStar, you name it. We all come together, work through these issues together as we work better as a strong collaboration of a group. And so I'm telling you, this is something that they keep asking me, where are we at, where are we at? This is something that this group is going to raise the roof whenever they find out that this is going to happen. So it's going to be really exciting.
I know you've been working with partners and that there are people in the community who want to give to this kind of project, whether that is, a one-time gift to like a new building or an ongoing gift of, hey, my Sunday school wants to come and volunteer once a month, or how can I make a gift to support? So will that information be, you're going to have that for us at a future meeting? Because I know there are people that want to give.
100%. That is happening. Before I got to talking with some of the folks that are with me and excited, and we've kind of lit the fire under some folks. Before that, I was a little worried, how are we going to raise this kind of money? But once we started talking to some of these partners, I am not worried at all. It is, people are coming out of the woodworks. They have seen parts of the plan. They are seeing that this is a solution, and they can't wait to give to this, to make this happen, and not only just happen in the front, but it's to keep it going throughout the history that we need it. Hopefully, we work ourselves out of business and we don't need it in the future. But
Well, and that just the keep it going idea is my last question, really. When I've heard you talk about this project, it's two parts. It's the conceptualization of it and getting that built and done, but then it's operating it. And I know Councilmember Stanley had a question about finances. So sustainability, I've heard you talk a lot about that, and I think the community partners are going to be interested in being a part of, hey, we're solving this together as a city versus we're expecting bureaucracy to solve this for us. Am I interpreting that right? I'm interpreting conversations that I've heard you be a part of.
you're exactly right. This is going to be a community solution. This is going to be a community that's going to do this. And I'm just telling you, I've had discussions with lots of folks that can't wait to get their hands on this and get in there in one way or the other, whether that's pushing a broom, whether it's helping paint a pallet shelter or whatever that is. And I know the money's coming because they can't wait to buy into this and help us make this happen. So I no worries at all on that operational end.
Okay. And so this is just as far as dollars to build the facility, we're talking about ARPA dollars, and that's something that this has been discussed. This is not the first time that we've talked about that, certainly. But it is great to see the drawings and kind of see how much progress you've made since we last talked about ARPA funding and how those dollars would go to changing lives. I mean, I love that Stacy's here today. I would love it. I don't want to put Stacy on the spot, but I'm super curious just if she had 30 seconds to tell us how Prep Academy has changed her life. I would love to hear from Stacy.
Come on. She's one of my favorite people to talk to. So let's hear it.
I mean, Stacy, just tell us how Prep Academy has changed your life.
It wasn't just necessarily Prep Academy. It has been from coming home to the Guy on Saunders Resource Center to Goodwill, to the folks at Prep Academy, to the Amarillo community that have really helped me keep my hope alive. And then when they brought along the Prep Academy, that's when it was like, really? Okay, because the little break that I needed, the little ray of sunshine I needed to let me know that it was going to be okay. That, it wasn't just getting me housing, because, that was a barrier in itself. It was me being able to go back to work and be able to present myself in a respectable manner. So to be able to have that and the resources, and Jason is talking lightly. He is amazing. Between him and these folks right here, Teresa, and coming home, and Chris, and Nikki, and and Bridget that runs us around town so we can pick up trash, and we got Robert. There's a whole bunch of people behind the scenes that are they're so strong, and they have to be considering what they have to see every day. And I think it's amazing. I tell these folks every day that if it wasn't for the Amarillo community, I would be dead. And it's not just from these guys, it's from the community. And I'm a strong believer that if we could just come together and restore faith in humanity and make a sustainable community, it would really bring a lot of lives to light. And it would really help us. It's ongoing, like you said. It really is. It really is. By the way, it's an honor to meet you. That's so cool.
Stacy, it's an honor to meet you.
Yes, thank
and
you.
Your story and your courage to share it with us today is giving all of us hope. And you're right. That is the most important thing about living in a community together, is knowing that we have the hope of how it's getting better and better and better every day. So thank you so much for being here today. We really enjoyed meeting you.
Thank you for the honor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Jason.
You're very welcome, Jason. Thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate the work that you're doing. Next up on the agenda today, get to the agenda, is item
Broadband update C.
1C, which is an update on the broadband project. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, so we're moving from one strong team with momentum to another strong team with momentum, led by Rich Guyon, Managing Director. Rich, tell us where we're at.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the time. Let's see. So we've hit an important milestone. We've completed the RFP for the Amarillo Connected Broadband Project, and we've selected a vendor. That vendor is AT&T. What AT&T proposed in the RFP is providing fiber-connected internet to homes, multi-tenant apartments, government buildings, and businesses in the green and purple areas that you see on this map. And I've labeled it to make it a little easier to see. On the west, the area covers from Western all the way out to Whitaker on the east, and the northernmost point is Panhandle, just south of the Loop, down to 29th Street. What you're seeing in the green areas is where AT&T is already funded, in some areas already begun work, and in the RFP we added everything you see in purple. Their estimates in the RFP was to have approximately 40% complete in about 12 months, to be at approximately 70% in 18 months with customers, citizens connecting within 6 months. Those timelines will get tighter as we get through contracts and get the project plan completed. The base plan that they propose, so what they're proposing is nothing less than 100 meg symmetrical, which means 100 megabits down and 100 megabits up, at a price of $30 a month. And that is key because the Affordable Connectivity Program funds $30 a month. And what that really means is that our citizens, for example, these are just a few examples, but citizens that we have that are currently in the Lifeline program, households with children involved in the school assistance, the school lunch program, recipients of food stamps or the SNAP program or Medi-Cal, or folks that are on SSI, students with Pell Grants, anyone receiving public housing assistance, or households of 4 that make less than $53,000 a year, recipients of WIC benefits, would all get 100 meg at zero cost to their families. But it's not limited to that. AT&T Fiber is now capable of up to 5 gigabit speeds, which means businesses in that area can now be connected with true broadband speed. Now what you really want to hear is this. In order to make this happen, the city of Amarillo would commit $2 million of the federal money that we dedicated to broadband. And in return, AT&T will contribute over $20 million to the project. Amarillo is the first project in Texas of this scale. We are leading the way. So what next? Well, you may have already heard the Amarillo Public Library has already started checking out hotspots. Every branch now has 10 hotspots that they check out to citizens in need. That's step one. We're also continuing with our public area Wi-Fi project. As you know, we're delivering wireless Wi-Fi. We held off to complete this RFP so that we understood, what the impact of the RFP would be. That's going to provide public Wi-Fi in areas like the airport, parks, our athletic fields, downtown. We've just about ready to launch the RFQ to get the wireless connections from our police department out to the water towers up and running. On the Amarillo Connected, the next steps will be we will be back in front of council in 2 weeks with AT&T in tow and a contract ready to sign. And then we've shifted gears. It's great to have a network, but now we've gotten started with many agencies on how do we do digital enablement and how do we get adoption. Because the last thing that we want to happen is to have a network that our citizens aren't using. So we're working with several agencies and building a very comprehensive plan on how do we let our citizens know it's there, how do we make sure that they take advantage of the Affordable Connectivity Program, how do we train them on how to use the devices, and how do we get devices in their hands. So I've already shifted gears. Now we're moving on to how do we have the most impact with this new resource. And then, as you know, we're also working beyond our borders. So I don't have authority there, but we are partnered with Region 16, the Amarillo Area Foundation, Impact Broadband, and now Texas Tech University Health Sciences. We are very close to funding 2 pilot communities. Clearly, none of that money is coming out of city funds, but we're very close to having 2 pilot communities funded, which means we'll be able to stand up 2 communities in the Panhandle with high-speed broadband. Our goal is to have that done before October. We should be back in front of council in the next couple of sessions with an update announcing those cities and what the schedule looks like. We want to be before October because that's when the state is going to release the first tranche of broadband funds for regional projects. So our goal is to not only be shovel ready, but to be already turning dirt, to already be lighting up communities. We want to stay at the front of that list for that initial tranche of funding. And then behind that will come the IIJA money, the infrastructure money that's also dedicated to broadband. So we'll just keep expanding. Our goal is to light up the entire Panhandle, and I believe we can accomplish it. Questions?
Council, questions?
This is 2 amazing reports in a row.
It is. Yeah.
Incredible.
Rich, talk just a little bit about, when you say this is the first project in Texas of this scale, I think, expand on that. Tell us more about that. Like, why should we as Amarilloans feel special? Like, why is this project happening? Why did AT&T come, willing to write a proposal for this? And why are we the first project in Texas of this scale?
Several reasons. Well, one, the partnerships that we have. So, in this process, you've been with me through the whole process. There have been so many iterations of how do we get this done in Amarillo. And in that process, we've met with every major provider you can think of. I've sat across the table from VPs at every one of the major infrastructure broadband providers. And one of the struggles that they have, to be totally transparent, is they've launched projects like this before, and then they've had no adoption. And I think part of it is us understanding what our role in this is. Yes, we're contributing, we're contributing our part of infrastructure money, but they're going to match that tenfold. What we bring to the table is the education piece, the partnerships with nonprofit, the ability of the Amarillo Public Library to go into these communities and drive adoption and teach them how to use the technology so that they do connect using the Affordable Connectivity Program. And the vendors will see, not just AT&T, but vendors are going to see that if you invest in Amarillo, there's revenue there in neighborhoods that traditionally might not have been revenue in the past. So a large part of it is our commitment to be a partner in this project and to extend our partnership through other agencies that we're working with. This was never just a City of Amarillo project. We've involved just dozens of agencies across private sector, nonprofit, education, and we will continue to do so. And I think that played a large role in why we were attractive to lead the way, because we can build the model.
And I would say, based on meetings I know that I've been a part of, it's a lot of the groundwork that you and your team have already done, Councilmember Smith. The numerous meetings over the last 2 years that our Amarillo team has been working on this issue allows a big-time private partner to pick up the work we've been doing and say, you guys have built this foundation of relationships, and we can come in and actually do the operation and the infrastructure. So I know in the beginning, as we discussed this project, we were envisioning creating city infrastructure that would do this. And we had, questions and discussions about how do we sustain that, and do we have the expertise to operate this, and are we competing with private businesses in our city that already offer this service? I mean, those were all good conversations. And when I look back on it now, I realize that would be part of what we would call the adaptive process of how we innovate to solve the problem. The more we identified the problem and we went out saying, well, could this be part of the solution? Then we were just getting closer and closer to finding what we found here, which is, the city making a $2 million investment and a private partner making over a $20 million investment, and yet we still have the citizens in need paying nothing. Right. So that is an amazing result. And I just want to say it's been so much work, so much work that's happened behind the scenes, so many meetings, so many phone calls, so many reach outs, so many different times that you had to let go of, okay, we've built that whole model, but now we got to let go and take what we learned from there and start a new model. And I've learned a lot from watching your team and the way that you've worked through the adaptive solutions process. What I'd like is just a cookie cutter a solution on day one, but it doesn't work that way. And this is a complex problem, and you guys have given it the time to play out over 2 years here. And I just think the solution that you're getting is amazing.
Well, and I'd like to call out one other thing, because it's been flagged to me by multiple vendors. The other thing about Amarillo that was attractive to them is the fact that council understands this isn't a charity project. It's a workforce development project, that this has generational impact on the quality level of workers that we'll be generating as a community. I don't think that all communities understood that. And the fact that we are looking at this as step one in building a better, more skilled workforce has had tremendous impact, not just with vendors, but with other agencies, with the state, and even with some federal resources that have reached out. I don't think every community has embraced that as hard as we have.
Howard, well done. Good job.
All I did was meet every week or every 2 weeks and ask questions. And every time it would change, but I appreciate your leadership.
And I appreciate your patience, because it did change a lot.
Yeah, it has changed. Are there other questions from council
I
members?
just had one. The public Wi-Fi, separate component of this.
It is.
Do you know, like, to date, how much we've spent on that part of it, and then what would be our total all-in cost?
We set aside $6 million total. We spent 1.4 on the public Wi-Fi, and it's still the same technology. It's still Wi-Fi like we're under now. We're holding. We haven't finished contracts. There may be opportunities to expand. So I don't know the final spend, but we won't be asking for more. I can guarantee that.
So you've spent 1.4, and then we have the additional 2.
Right.
And we allocated 6 out of the original ARPA.
Should put us right at 3.5.
Okay. And that would be, in your estimation, like a good overall budget? You don't forecast seeing any other needs than that?
No, we won't add. We won't ask for any additional funds out of the second tranche. We should be able to accomplish everything we set out to accomplish with the budget that council gave us.
Thank you.
Out of that $6 million that you got in the first round of ARPA.
Exactly.
And
in fact, I think we're going to exceed our original goals.
initially, we were going to, out of the ARPA funds, we were going to use $6 million from the first group and another $6 million in the second group, which we don't need to use at all. We can use for other things.
Yeah, there are other good projects that we can fund.
And again, kudos to your leadership and your team's adaptability, that as this opportunity began to play out and you thought, okay, we don't have to, because the idea at first was we could invest those ARPA dollars and then we would get a return on those dollars because we could collect in operating that network. We could have some user fees, but then this option started to open up, and you guys were willing to adapt your plan. And so you're right, Howard, we're spending less money than we originally thought, and we're getting a great product.
A much better product than we could have built on our own. Mm-hmm. Just economies of scale. In full transparency, had we built it, there's no chance we could have delivered fiber to all of 30,000 homes and businesses, nor could we have delivered the capability of 5 gigabit download speed. We just can't match that.
And so, Rich, you talked about dozens of partners. We do have dozens of partners. In the grand vision of this was expanding it outside the city. Just talk for a minute about what's happening there.
So, as I said, we've been working with Impact Broadband, Region 16. Oh goodness, I don't want to forget anyone. Amarillo Area Foundation, and now Texas Tech University Health Science, and working on a cadence with several vendors, and we have some vendors stepping forward that are interested in funding a couple of pilot cities. So the goal in the next couple of councils is to be back in front of you announcing what those cities are. And then we're going to drive toward having them online and having people connected by October of this fall. As I said, that's really important because we're competing for those state funds, and I don't want to be shovel-ready. I want to be turning dirt. I want to have people connected and keep us in the pole position because they're going to look to fund projects they know can be successful. And that's a key part of proving not only do we have a plan, but we're already executing it. So the rules for submitting projects for that tranche of money from the state will come out in July. So we'll start working on that in July, and I believe the deadline's going to be somewhere in October for funding. I don't know the deadline yet. They haven't published it, but I'm guessing somewhere around the end of the year. And then we'll take whatever funds we win through that process and just start replicating that model across communities.
Any other questions? Okay. Rich, thank you. Please tell your team how much we appreciate the work that they're doing, and we're looking forward already to the next update.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, item 1D are updates from council members who serve on outside boards and commissions. Amarillo Local Government Corporation. So Councilmember Smith or Councilmember Stanley, you have an update on that?
Go ahead.
Sure. So I'd say primarily like business as usual, just taking care of the checklist, double checking a few things, going over a few plans, and then the last meeting, I'd say the most significant thing that came out of that was a discussion of raising the parking fees. $2 up to possibly $3 or $4, and so we're going to get a report back on what that looks like if you increase those parking fees, what that does to help kind of offset any kind of shortage for the carrying costs and overhead of that building and what we're dealing with over there. That's
You're talking about the parking garage across from Hodgetown.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. So parking garage, we had updates on Hodgetown, really good updates. On Hodgetown and the performance and the stats and where they rank nationally in ticket sales and customers.
Like financial updates and just?
Financial, but primarily like nationally, I want to say they were second in the nation as attendance or ticket sales, or possibly both. And so heavily attended. So we're doing good on Hodgetown.
Anything to add, Councilmember Smith?
He did it. He covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions from the council about LGC business? Okay. Thank you guys very much. The next is Convention and Visitors Bureau. Council, we'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem Powell for the report there.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Convention and Visitors Bureau, they are always doing great things over there for our city. So the Arts Committee, they submitted recommendations for the marketing grants that are given to the nonprofit arts organizations yearly. The CVB board approved the recommendations, and this year the grants totaled $80,450, and they supported 11 organizations. On the national level, the National Travel and Tourism Week was a huge success. The staff kicked off the week with a media lunch highlighting all the groups and events coming throughout the summer. Other activities included, they had a museum day, they had airport staff appreciation breakfast, and a week-long welcome table for visitors. Familiarization tour for meeting planners, partner visits to hotels and attractions. They also launched local ambassadors program, and this was Project Boots on the Ground. They had the Route 66 promotions to support their events for the week. And then our iconic boots. So the iconic boot label pen has been an upgrade. They are now red and metal instead of plastic, so I love it, to better match the brand. So the CVB gives out more than 50,000 of these pens on a yearly basis. 2021 Amarillo tourism numbers have been released from the State Tourism Office. So right now we have 947.3 million in visitors for direct spending. We have 8.4 thousand jobs directly related to tourism, and we have 32.5 million tax dollars provided by visitors. Occupancy for the city overall is down year to date. However, as of the end of April 2022, hotel revenue is up by over 2.7 million compared to 2021 and 9.6 million compared to 2019. And so I know that Cashin is in the audience, so I would certainly welcome any additional comments that she would like to add from her department and staff, because they're really doing an awesome job.
Yep, Cashin Smith, Director of our Convention and Visitors Bureau. Welcome, Cashin.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had a great year. We've had a lot of fun things going on coming out of COVID. I think it's been a couple of years almost now since we really crashed, I guess. It felt like a crash and burn there for a little while. The recovery has gone really great, and we're in a really great place. And I know it seems like a funny little thing, but our staff is over the moon about the boot pens. I gave a very conservative estimate of 50,000 because we haven't done a great job inventorying those, but we hand those out to group tournaments. This morning we had a softball team getting ready to go to a tournament. They came and picked up 100 to pass out to other kids whenever they hit town. So we do a lot of missionaries and in tournaments and things like that. They end up out everywhere. The boot sticker program, just the branding that has happened in the last year has been spectacular. We talked a little bit, or Frida brought up that our occupancy is down some year to date, and that's calendar year to date. And we've been watching that very closely. And had some pretty serious discussions with hotel owners and in different meetings, and that communication line has been spectacular in the last couple of years. We're really loving the change in the communication from our office to our partners, whether that be attractions or hotels. But we know that the hotel numbers really are a reflection of what's happening with the attractions and our restaurants and all of our partners throughout the city. So it's been important, and it's been a little bit uneasy with some of the hotel owners watching those numbers fluctuate the way that they do. But we were so low in 2020. I think, I didn't pull the number, but I believe we were 36% down for that year. And then to come in last year and overexceed any previous year, we were expecting this year to be one to hold on to. We really went in with the expectation of gearing up and marketing in a way that we would be able to hold those numbers. And we knew occupancy probably wasn't going to be the way to do that. So to make sure that we keep them in town a little bit longer, spending some more money, and just keep the revenue. So really what we're gauging our success on this year is how we end the year with overall revenue. And we're on track to do that and exceed last year's revenue. So that is good news for us, especially going into summer. We know those are our busiest months. So once we get back to our school start date, we'll know realistically where we're going to stand on that for the calendar year, if we'll meet that goal or not. And Kevin's not in the audience today, but I was going to brag on the EDC a little bit too, because Frida brought up our overall taxes from visitors. Every year I get to proudly say that visitors provide 60% of our taxes, and that's always of our sales tax. And that's been accurate for the 10 years that I've been in the office. It's always fluctuated between 59 and 61%. For 2021, we actually came in at about 40%. So the EDC has done a great job. The stimulus programs that have come through the city being open signs and programs that happened during some of the shutdowns, and just the friendly business that went on, I think, is a reflection of that. But I think overall the spending of the visitors was very impressive still. So we've got a lot going on. I can touch on 1,000 things, but that's just my quick update. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Cashin.
Thank you.
I'm curious, just remind me again, how much of our general fund is funded by sales tax dollars? Is it around 30%?
It's just under between $50 and $60 million. So when you're looking at, it's about 30%.
So if our sales tax numbers pay for 30% of what we need to pay for out of the general fund, then 60% of that 30% is covered by people who are visiting our city.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's doing the math there.
That number to be reflected again this year. We know we get because of some of the programs and stimulus that happened last year.
Yeah, so that's a pretty big discount. Eddie's our calculator. He's already
60%, $50 million would be $30 million.
Yeah, so 30 million that our property taxpayers didn't have to pay, and 30 million that our local Amarillo residents didn't pay.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you guys keep handing out those red boot pins and inviting people to come. I was out of the city over the weekend and had a chance to visit with a citizen from the state of Florida who was talking about visiting our city. And she was naming they did this and they did that, and they really just driving down I-40 and got off with their two teenage boys. And I said, well, how long did you stay in Amarillo? She said, we stayed 3 nights, and we thought it was awesome. So I just made me proud of your team and the work that y'all are doing.
I'll say one more thing.
Sure.
Since we're going to go. So, whenever we went into COVID, we really got back down to the mission and really dug into what our vision is, what we do, and how we really are affecting what is happening here at home. One of the things that we realized is we have, for many decades, marketed to people who are already here and marketed to people who are already on their way here. We know that's our bread and butter. We know we have to support that. But one of the biggest changes just mentally in our staff throughout this was to set the goal of, we of course are going to support the pass-through traffic, but we are a destination. And we need people to know that we're a destination. So our marketing focus has taken a huge turnaround on how we send our message and what our expectation of the visitor is. So we're talking to them before they leave the house, and we expect to be their end goal on their trip. And we really think that it's working for us. It's a market growth opportunity for us.
How can we help in that message?
Wear the red boots. Put the red boot stickers on your car. We're getting ready to start some initiatives and discussions on the gateways, and the goal really is to bring in the Guinness Book of World Records and have the biggest boots, so that you've arrived whenever you hit those kind of things. Be watching for that and supportive and help carry that message. Christy started the project Boots on the Ground, which is local ambassadors. We are not necessarily branding those as our office, even though it's our project. We really want that civic pride. So we really want the visitors to feel, and Howard and I had a dinner last night with a woman from BNSF that has lived some fascinating places, and after an afternoon with us and out at Crossbar and things like that, she made some jokes about living here. And it's funny how so many of our visitors and site visits and fams that come through after they get to know our town really are very receptive to actually moving and living here. We're a different kind of community. So,
all right, great report.
Mayor, I think it's also important to note, we were talking about sales tax estimates. There's an additional over $20 million of sales taxes generated through those same breakdowns of external people traveling to and through Amarillo, and then local residents. That represents 0.5% of our sales tax that goes to AEDC to fund their operations. So it's not just the sales taxes that we were talking about that get factored into the city budget. There's also the additional sales taxes that are generated that are allocated to economic development.
Sure.
So it's,
yeah.
We have a small budget, but we're the reason other people.
High five in that.
All right. Thank you, Cashin, and thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Any requests for future agenda items or reports from the city manager?
No, ma'am.
Not hearing any. Let's move on to the consent agenda. We're going to pull item 2J and 2K. Anything else, council, that needs to be pulled for further conversation? Cashin, are y'all going to stay while we do the 2J and 2K conversation? Do you mind? Yeah, we're about to do it. I think it would be great to have y'all in the room.
Yeah, I think that would be good too. So
can we look at 2F without pulling? Can we talk about it without pulling it off the
Sure,
agenda?
if you've got questions about 2F.
Well, I've got some questions and a few comments, and I don't see. Dang it, I was hoping that Floyd would be in here.
Well, we've got Justin Opel in the room, and he's an architect of this. We also have, I've been in the loop in it as well, so we can bring Justin Opel up here. Justin? Most of this was, Floyd was definitely in the loop. Justin was managing this process and working with the colonies to help them find a way forward.
Yeah. Well, so the only thing is it just seemed to turn into somewhat of a fiasco that a citizen asked me to just make a few phone calls. And so we made a few phone calls and then saw how things played out. And how do we, without getting into all the details and going through all the bloody details of everything that happened, how do we get all of these different PIDs, help them understand exactly how all of this ends up working, like contracts with people that are doing the mowing and whatever. And I think at some point in time with these PIDs, what I felt like that I got out of this one, especially the one with the colonies, is managing what the expectations need to be. And, and if expectations are changing, then it may change what it costs the PID to have the things done that they need to have done. And then are they willing to then change? And I don't think it would be a significant change, but I think that probably those that are in the colonies are wanting more out of their maintenance than what the maintenance is able to pay for, which could mean, do they need to have a conversation with the homeowners association about what do you want, and this is what it costs, and this is how we get there?
Yes, sir. And we've been working with some of the citizens in that community, separate from the PID and the HOA, to go over our processes to be more transparent, I guess you could say. And that includes going over the budget, the procurement process, the legal steps that we need to make or take in order to properly secure these contracts and get out of them when it's necessary. And that's something, in being on the job for about 5 months now, that's something that I realized that we need to improve the communication with each of our PIDs. And one of the things that we're working on is developing a handbook that we'll be able to provide to each member of the PID as well as the community to basically outline what the PID's purpose is, where the HOA falls in line, and how that relates to our job with the city and managing those aspects of it.
Yeah, because I'm not saying that the citizens had something. I would have had the exact same expectations that everybody else was having in there, but managing those expectations to this is what ends up being the result of that, and this money actually is managed by the city, and therefore, since it's managed by the city, it has to follow municipal codes and the rules of procurement and all those things, which make this a very much more complicated and long procedure. And I think if I was sitting in the position of the people that were on the board of the colonies or in the HOA, either one, I would have been probably wanting to pull my hair out just a little bit too, because it's like, we've got to do this and this and this to get our stuff taken care of, and they didn't feel like that was happening. And so I think all that to say is, whenever we look at something hindsight, we need to look back at it and say, okay, so how do we communicate this better with everybody so we can manage those expectations, or change the fees that we're going to collect so that the higher expectations can be managed and we can keep everybody understanding.
Absolutely, and that's some of the things that we're looking into as well. And really, this has caused us to analyze a lot of the aspects of the PID, including the procurement process and the bid evaluation aspect when it comes to the landscape maintenance contracts and things like that, not just with the colonies, but across the board.
Oh, no. I think it needs to go with all of them because
Absolutely.
all of these other ones that are beginning to come online or already online, I'm sure that we were in the greenways for 20 years.
Yes,
and
sir.
so, and you would wonder, you could tell where the city, at one point in time, especially during COVID, you could tell where the city had control over it and where the PID actually had control over it. And there was a significant difference in what was happening. So I just think that we need to kind of figure out exactly how do we get down to the point where we can keep everybody informed enough so that they understand exactly what's transpiring and what hoops have to be jumped through. And it's not a private partnership at all. It's really pretty much a public governmental partnership, and we have to figure out how we work within that partnership to make it work.
Exactly, and along those lines is providing a simple outline of this is what we need to do in this circumstance compared to this. Just to, as you said, there is a lot more steps when it comes to the government being involved in these contracts, and just I don't want to say simplify it, but that's kind of what I'm alluding to is just making it more simple to anyone that needs to know what processes we do, what the actual role of the PID is within the neighborhood, how the HOA ties into that, and really take out all the government lingo and just really simplify it for folks who, in these circumstances, will be able to just give us a call and we can guide that way, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and then the homeowners association then needs to take that and disseminate it back to all of the individual homes, properties that are in there so that they all have an idea of what they're working with or what they're working through so that their expectations, they can understand
Absolutely.
exactly how that works.
And the city's role in this is we don't get to make really any of the decisions.
No.
It's strictly the PID and the HOA.
Which then
and
makes
the
it
homeowners.
difficult, but they still, the HOA and the PID and the homeowners association and the PID, they have to follow
our rules,
the governmental rules, because the money is managed by the municipality.
Yes,
and so it just changes the whole scope of things. And this was actually a new realization for me, realizing, I probably should have known this, but.
And on that note, each year we have our PID budgets that we present to council and city manager for approval. And just with talking with staff, it seems that we just, in years past, have met with the PID board and got the budget discussed and approved. And what I'd like to see is more public engagement, more outreach from us to the citizens, using the board members on the PID to notify the neighborhood, use the HOA and their newsletters and their resources to bring in more community engagement where it's not just the city and our finance department sitting with the PID making these decisions on if we're going to raise the assessment rate, how our budget's going to look for the next 5 years, really bring in more public engagement. And I hope that answers.
No, that does.
Some
It's
clarification.
just, but really, I guess all I'm really trying to do is just have another forum for some of this information to get out, that it was just a difficult situation. And if I was sitting on the PID board for the colonies or I was on the HOA for the colonies, I would have been pretty frustrated because I didn't realize exactly how the system works. And I think I think that's one of the things that needs to happen is help them understand how that works, that the money is collected and it's held by the city, and you all set your own, and you can set your budget however you want to set your budget. But but the end result is you have to follow the rules of the municipal code to make it work right.
Correct. And
Can I address that, please?
Sure.
I'm the president of the PID board.
Yeah.
And this is Jason Burr.
I'm Jason Burr. I'm the president of the Colonies PID board. Justin and Floyd have been tremendous helps getting through this. I appreciate your help. I appreciate Laura Store's help and Blair Snow's help. The problem that we experienced was not an understanding problem. The problem that we experienced was a procurement and a RFP problem. The RFP that we were presented was purely here's the low bidder, here's the choice you have to make, and if they can't handle it, we'll deal with it later. And then when it came time we knew that day, there's no way these people are going to be able to pull this off. And we knew that day we were going to have a problem, and it's taken us 6 months to get through that problem. It is tons of frustration. It was frustrating to go through. It took us 14 months to get to the point to make the bad decision.
Right.
And then we're 10 months into since that decision's been made, and now we're going to have to go through that process completely again.
And I appreciate, Justin, what you're saying about, and Floyd, analyzing how these processes can be more efficient and how citizens, not just board members, but how citizens can have a place to verbalize what their expectations are and ask questions about what the timelines will be and get direct answers on are they qualified to do the job. And so what I hear Justin saying is, yes, we are looking to work on those processes.
Absolutely.
and change anything we can that would apply across the board to PIDs to make the process better.
Yeah, and I know that because of the size of our PID, we are kind of we're the guinea pig for what needs to happen, and we're willing to do that. We've involved quite a few people trying to get this solved to go forward. The question is going to be, we almost want to slow down next time, but we're afraid to slow down. Does that make sense? We don't want to be the holdup, and so it's been a very frustrating.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, and so, but again, I appreciate everybody's help and everybody's assistance.
If I could add.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Jason. And I just want to brag on you, Jason. He was very helpful in helping us understand the challenges related to it. But what you just heard is there's very simple things we can do in that procurement process to eliminate and minimize those challenges. Number one is making sure that the qualifications of a vendor are there. You all have supported us in other areas of best value bids and how we structure those bids. So we have a whole team within the city dedicated to help that frustration be eliminated and expedite this process. So we're very thankful for the people with the input, HOA, PIDs, especially Mr. Burr and his group helping us get to the point of knowing how this can be better and what we can do. And you'll see a much more much more involved process with everybody involved in the purchasing process and much more transparency to what we're doing. And we appreciate Mr. Burr and that group helping us get there.
Any other questions or comments from council? Dr. Sauer, were you done?
I think so. I just wanted to make for sure that we had the ability to be able to talk this thing out and understanding, because Justin, what you guys are going through, I can just see it could be coming in some of the other ones at some point in time, and to be able to get these things ironed out and under control will just make it a lot easier for everybody else going forward.
Yes, sir. And since the beginning of this situation, we've been working with legal and purchasing to really dive in to see where we can improve these contracts in the procurement process, such as Floyd just mentioned. And in this specific circumstance, we are going to be expediting the process to get them a new landscape contractor as quickly as legally possible. We have everything on standby, and the wheels are in motion to begin that as soon as this one is decided on. So,
Good.
So thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items J and K.
Second.
It's been moved to approve the items on the consent agenda minus items 2J and 2K. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote. Let's now move on and take up item 2J. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. We've got Jerry Danforth, Director of Facilities, to present the two items. Item J, we'll start there, is the installation of water and electrical utilities at the Santa Fe Depot, and specifically this would be where the pavilion would be on the south side of that property. Jerry?
What we're addressing with that utility contract, in the past, the way that the city has done it is they've attached to the fire hydrant to provide water for the livestock for the farm and ranch show, or for the rodeo. And when they do that, the fire hydrant's location, the hoses have to be run across the street. We are also in the same scenario with power. There's no power in that area that's available. So what we did was we visited with the farm and ranch, or with the rodeo group, and asked them what their needs were, and then took an assessment of what that property needed going forward in the future. We've been looking at this for about 6 months now. Actually, we've been looking at it for a lot longer because it was a problem that existed that needed to be addressed. First and foremost, we don't like having hoses run off of fire hydrants that could potentially rupture, flood the entire area, and cause quite a bit of problems. So what we did was we looked at that and said, basically did an assessment to see what the best way to accomplish this is. We looked at, in visiting with the rodeo group on it, the way that they currently set up their tents and their stalls, there ends up being 4 alleyways where they need to drag water down. Currently they're dragging about, I would say, at any given time between 200 and 400 foot of hose down through there just to water their stock. Bad idea, bad way to do business. So what we looked at is how can we get water into that area and make it a long-term resolution to an issue that's been an ongoing issue for multiple years. What we're proposing to do is basically bore under the street pavers at the entrance of the Santa Fe Depot, connect to the water meter that's there for the depot itself. So the meter system already exists. We're just doing a tap on to the existing meter, boring and running those, and then we'll open trench cutting across along Grant Street with 4 frost-free hydrants that are connected so that we're not looking at dragging hoses that length. And that allows us to leave it in there year-round without worry about freezing it or busting it or anything along that line. Power was the same issue. Power, they did a lot of their own power with generators. When we looked at what needed to be accomplished over there, we figured, we did the calculations on it. A 400 amp service will service what that need is in that area. It allows us to relocate some utilities that currently go to the old baggage house of the depot, get those out from over the livestock and anything else that is in that area when we utilize that area. We're always cognizant and concerned when we have overhead power lines over livestock, metal poles and stuff like that where people are with our wind conditions and stuff that happens here. If one of those lines drops, we could potentially kill or harm quite a bit of livestock or humans. So we're relocating that and getting that out of the area to mitigate that safety issue.
Okay, and so, Jerry, the funding for the project, that's coming through the 2021-2022 CIP process, is that correct?
No, actually, this is out of hot tax funding.
Okay.
We looked at this. We worked with Laura on this piece of it. The Civic Center already had a budget set up for it. They just transferred the funds from out of that budget to fully fund this.
Okay, so that's where the funding is coming from.
Correct.
Councilmember Stanley, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. And Frida, I had the same question, so I appreciate you asking that. Do you know how much cost it is to temporarily set all these things up?
No, I can't give you the cost because we required the rodeo to pick that up themselves.
Okay.
They've done that. They have to actually go to utilities, lease a meter to hook up to the fire hydrant, and then they pay the metered fee there. This gives us the ability to use the pre-existing meter and actually back charge for that water usage.
And how many times a year do we have temporary needs?
In that area, over the last year, we've had it at least twice, and that was through the COVID years. And when I say twice, I'm talking about 2 different groups. Beth Duke and her community market have used that area. Running water and power is something that she needs over there. So this addresses what some of her needs are. But if she has, 3 to 4 shows over there, then that number is 5 to 6 times a year instead of just too.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely seems like money well spent in the way of doing something that you're not having to pull hoses around. You would say there's a certain aspect of safety with this? I mean, you've got
Absolutely.
temporary electrical across the
when you've got
driveway.
generators, and especially when you're talking horses with metal horseshoes walking across electrical cords, it's generally not a good idea.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry.
It seems to me that this actually opens up for that to be used more effectively, and it may actually give other opportunities that we wouldn't have ever been able to use it for by doing something of this nature.
Yes, and Bo Folks is here, and of course, we have Beth here, and Lehman is here for the rodeo. So feel free to ask them questions with regards to that as well. But we have had several different groups that wanted to use that from time to time. 2 years ago, we had the group from the Barrio District wanted to do a Cinco de Mayo over there. We had no water, had no power. It was a challenge, but it is a dirt area. It works great for the rodeo. It would work great for multiple other events, especially when you're moving in mobile tents or something like that that you're staking down. We don't have another piece of property that accomplishes that. So for the Civic Center, it was a good situation for them.
Yeah, the backdrop's pretty cool, too.
Yes, yeah, the historic depot, that's correct.
True. Sure, Beth, come on up. Feel free to talk about item 2K also. They kind of are related, and I know Center City probably has.
Well, I want to thank council and all the city staff, because during the pandemic year, you let me move my market to the Santa Fe Depot, and I've made no secret one of my visions is to save that historic building. Texas historian Mike Cox said, Amarillo is the largest city in Texas that owes its existence to the railroad. So to me, it's just a perfect gathering place, meeting place. And I want to commend Environmental Health, Anthony Spannel, for teaching me how to create camp sinks so we could have adequate hand washing at market. And we lugged water over and back several times during that season. But I put on a lot of events, 20 years of Fun Fest, you name it, but it's really challenging to have an event with no electricity and no water. I've done it, but it isn't my favorite. And so many people call our office to say, how do I do an event, the Santa Fe Depot? And I said, well, getting permission, if you're a solid nonprofit, that's pretty easy, but it's challenging because you have to rent everything and bring everything in. And we talked about getting a meter and putting on the fire hose. I just couldn't see myself doing that at 6:30 in the morning every Saturday. So I think this is a great way to take advantage of this wonderful property that the city already owns and really make it more open to community use. I have some great ideas for events. If you give me power and water, we're going to make it happen. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Beth. Okay, any other questions for Jerry then about item 2J? Do we have a motion with regard to item 2J?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve item 2J on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 2J. Do we have any further questions or discussion from the council about it? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that item passes with a 5-0 vote. Now let's take up item 2K. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor. Item 2K builds on 2J, literally. This will provide funds to build a 200 by 300 or 60,000 square foot pavilion on the far south side, really far south half of the Santa Fe property. Jerry, walk us through it and then answer any questions, please.
Okay. Well, once again, part of those conversations, I'm sorry, you can't hear it? Well, part of those conversations that we had with regards to water and sewer actually rolled into the pavilion conversations. When we looked at what WRCA was spending for tents to actually set their stalls up there, and we looked at what other possible events we could have, and once again, I'll mention Beth because when she has done her farmers markets over there. The lack of shade, I mean, it's wonderful over at the Bivens property. We've got the old trees, but when you go to this location, there is no shade. So it was some of those challenges that we looked at and said, okay, what can we do to once again mitigate this issue that we know we have? How do we do this? We took a look at what our opportunities were with that. We worked with Lehman's group, talked to them about what their needs could potentially be, especially with them being the largest user of the Civic Center. We felt like they needed to play a key role in it. Beth and her group needed to play a key role. You know, we've got a great working relationship, understanding what some of her needs were. So where we ended up with was taking a look at the square footage that they actually use currently for the rodeo, knowing that they were going to expand this year and actually need to be a little bit bigger than what they were. And so we basically run the calculations on the size that they would potentially need. It ends up being almost a full city block. So we went out, started taking a look, what would it cost to build a pavilion that has a multiple uses, that the Civic Center now has new leasable space that they can use for the community. What we came up with, you know, we've got a lot of structures that are enclosed, but we don't have open structures, basically open air structures. This accomplishes that, and it gives us another piece that we don't currently have. And so that's where we ended up on the pavilion. In doing so, we also took a look at, well, what could it possibly be? The rodeo's here in November. We all know what happens in Amarillo in November. That north wind can be a bear. So we took a look at the design of it. We took a look at what could we potentially do, what might we need to do in a situation like that. So the system that we've got priced out that you're looking at today has the ability for us to come back in. And it was interesting having a conversation with Lehman and his group. He goes, we'll just stack hay bales on the north side and we'll be just fine. Well,
it means on the south side, maybe the west side.
Well, when we got the north wind, that's the one we want to cut.
Out of the north.
Yeah.
That's right. It turns around during the winter. Okay.
In the wintertime, we looked at that, and you know, a lot of what their deal is, too, is the community as they drive up and down the road to be able to see all the horses and the cowboys and the livestock. So do we want to close that? We have the ability with this structure to either hang tarps or do air curtains on it. In the future, we could do the structural steel wraparound on it, but once we do that, then we've created another building like what we have with the ice ring, and we kind of take ourselves back out of that market. So what we're looking at is a temporary deal that if the need presents itself, we have the ability to do it. But the initial piece right now for this is to build the pavilion, leave the dirt ground, no cement slab at this point in time, and put the structure up. Some of the highlights for the building itself, and one of the major ones that I want everybody to look at, and I sent this to you guys, you council members, in an email today so that you could see it. We definitely take into account what our loads are for a metal building, but we kicked up some of our expectations. This is a free-span building, so that means there's no columns in the middle of the structure. This is just totally open, so there's huge structural steel that spans this. We also took into account our wind loads in Amarillo. We kicked that up to 120 mile an hour wind load that this building will be able to this structure will be able to withhold. We took into account what does that do as far as the lift. Right now the engineer said we're looking at 2-foot columns 6 foot deep. We kicked it up to 3-foot columns 6 foot deep just to pick up that extra capacity. So we've come back in there and taken a hard look at this design spec, beefed it up so that we've got a long-term answer to this problem.
Questions? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember
Thank you. Jerry, thank you for that explanation. So on the construction side, I know, you know, PSB's a good, reputable company, and they're pretty detailed in doing business the way they need to as a good commercial contractor. I don't see anything in here for concrete. You just mentioned some piers. Mm-hmm. Are you self-performing those?
No, those are actually part of the package itself.
Okay, just not on their proposal.
Just not on their proposal because we asked them to change. The other change you'll notice we asked them to make too, typically on a structure that size, you've got 25-foot spacing between the columns. You'll notice these are at 20 foot.
Mm-hmm. So is there anything else included that's not on this bid, like electrical, lighting, things like that?
No, we're not changing out any of the lighting currently because we do have the pole lights there. The elevation of this structure is actually high enough that the pole lights will perform what they need to do. So we're not looking to change those out. I think that's an evaluation when we start looking at our end users. It's something that we could self-perform later on if needed. We've got the load capacity of the structure itself to be able to handle any additional lighting should we put it in there. But right now, we want to take advantage of what we currently have and keep that budget as low as we can.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation on that. And this was dated June 6th. This is the first that I've heard of this. Is this the first that this has kind of come up to the council?
It is the first to the council, except for those that deal with the Civic Center. Basically, it was what can we do, what can we do to address the needs that we have identified. So basically, we started working, what can we do to get this? You'll notice in that package that the timing is listed there. This is a very tight timing on this project in order for us to deliver this in time for the rodeo to be in town. In essence, we've got 7 days of fluff time in this construction contract as it's presented now. So it's a challenge. If we decide not to do this or execute this, we can step back and rebid it again and do it all over again, but we won't hit the timeline for the rodeo.
So the only criteria that's time sensitive is just the rodeo. But then we would have this building for multiple uses. Have you looked at other things like sporting? You know, I mean, do you have any intention in concreting this in?
We absolutely have looked at it. I know that I know what the current number is, not knowing what the number would be 30 days from now, but right now, knowing what that number is, we're looking at around between $420,000 to $500,000 to concrete that entire slab. The other thing that you've got to take into account when we look at this, you notice the eave height on that is 14 foot 6 inches. At 14.6, that lets any piece of equipment that can roll down the interstate can roll into this structure. In other words, when the Farm and Ranch Show comes, I don't know how many of you noticed, but on the north side of the Civic Center, when the Farm and Ranch Show is in town, some of the big equipment they have, they can't get it.
On the parking lot.
That's right. It's on the north parking lot. When we do have weather, some of the vendors aren't necessarily happy because their customers can't go out there and check that out because it's snowing or raining. The pavilion gives them the opportunity to both do that and secure it because all this ends up back behind a fence, securable area.
I'm just thinking of other things that we might look back on later and go, man, why didn't we do that? 20-foot eave height wouldn't be that costly in the red iron. I don't know exactly what it would run, but you know, I'd guess maybe another $1 a foot.
Yeah, when we talk about that span and we go that height,
Is it your 200-foot that's the issue on the 20-foot tall?
Yeah.
So you'd have to have maybe portal frames or something, you know,
Correct.
in addition to that?
When we step into that, yeah, it changes my design.
Okay. The only reason I bring that up to the council is just in the way of if you concreted that floor in one day, you'd have a massive cover for outdoor basketball, volleyball, things like that that we would like to see, or I would like to see in our community for future things that we do that are family, fun, sport events. It wouldn't hurt anything as far as bringing in dirt. That's kind of what you do right now. You truck in dirt for the WRCA.
That's correct. That currently takes place. The good thing about the design of this one, though, Councilman, is if we do decide we want to concrete it, it's something that can be done easily. The driving factor for eave height right now is bridges and overpasses. If you're coming in with a piece of equipment, you have to clear a bridge and an overpass. And at 14.6, we clear bridges and overpasses. If you're coming in with something taller than that, we do have the opportunity because we didn't sheet in the end caps, so we could bring something taller in the end cap in a center fade.
I do know, just looking at certain sporting events, 20-foot eave height creates a whole nother realm of things you can do.
Does.
That 14.6 is really kind of problematic from a design point from my experience, just in the smaller projects that I'm doing. So we wouldn't typically be that low, but we also wouldn't be 200-foot wide. So I don't know if council would be interested in taking a better look at that so that we wouldn't look back, you know, months from now and say, well, wow, we really could have gone just 4 feet, and I think that would be something that you could probably reach out and get a price on fairly easily, just to go from 14.6 to 20 foot.
Correct. Yeah, we can do that.
Can I ask, Mayor, is that anything that you guys would be interested
Well,
in
I
looking
think we'll see what everybody else thinks. Timeline, I think, is important, so that's definitely want to hear from everybody about timeline. I definitely envision this being an outdoor sports venue at some point, because I see Cashin nodding her head, and I think yes. So I think adding the concrete floor is something I'm very interested in. Whether that's mamas pushing strollers through a market, Beth, or kids that we want to be doing a volleyball tournament or a 3-on-3 tournament outside or something. So I think that's a great space, and I agree with Councilmember Stanley's vision for making it even more usable with a concrete floor. So I'm interested in hearing that. It is very important to me that we not delay, because we have asked the rodeo to, and I really would love it, Lehman, if you don't mind coming to the podium just to talk about how a facility like this impacts your event and whether or not it's an important add to your event. I think that's an important thing for the council to hear before we. Jerry, thank you.
Hi, yes, happy to offer any information that could be valuable to this decision. It is an important decision because it's not this building that you're proposing. It's not just for WRCA. Hope everyone in this room and in this community understands it is truly a multi-use opportunity, and that is one reason why we support it. We talked a little bit about maybe the overall rationale behind both of the items that you're looking at, the utilities and the building, the pavilion. And from our specific use, thank you for what you just passed a minute ago on item J. That is a major help to putting on any form of activity in that space. This item that you're referring to is the covered pavilion. We have used that area with a temporary stalling system that requires tents to be placed up. And the way that's done is those tents can have so many stalls under them, and you have to put 3 of those in that space. Well, if you've ever erected a 200 by 150 tent, there's a lot of poles and stakes that go out. There's a lot of wasted space. Yeah. So your user capacity of that area is diminished because you have to put a tent up. When you put this freestanding pavilion over that space, your usable area underneath is now quadrupled. So the opportunity for growth is tremendous. I stand before you today just to say thank you for considering that it would be up prior to November when we have the 2022 event, but I would be hesitant to try to say rush that. That's not where we're coming from. If there was something there that caused that facility to be better for the community, WRCA would always find a way to work with that. But of course, yes, if that is delayed beyond about November 6th, it'll cause some major issues for on-site use of that location for 2022. So I don't know if I answered that specific question or not, but number one, it's an extremely valuable project that you're looking to build, and we would support it being done correctly.
Does it improve your event, Lehman, to have that facility?
It improves the event in 2 ways, quality and quantity. So from a quality standpoint, we're proud of Amarillo, right? We're proud of what we present to people when they come to town. And temporary stalling and above ground water lines that freeze and bust in the middle of the night and flood stalls and all, that's not the quality that Amarillo wants to present to people coming to town. This venue enhances the quality experience of our visitors. The quantity aspect is what I mentioned. I'll tell you right now, the stall capacity that we have is 176 stalls. With the addition of a new event that we've added into the World Championship, which is our Youth World Championship Ranch Rodeo, our stalling capacity for 2022 is 204. So the last time I did the math, 204 is bigger than 176, Mayor. So 2022, we do have a capacity issue already. Once you quadruple your user space, the numbers that you can have with an event like ours start to grow. We've always been self-restricted to the number of entries that can come to this event. When you take that self-restriction off, now areas of the event can start to expand where we've not been able to do that in the past.
Meaning more participants in the city, more participants in the event equates to more people staying in the city, more people.
More overall income for
sales
tax base. Yes,
and,
ma'am.
yeah. Okay. Questions for Lehman, Council?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Lehman, thank you. So Jerry, at the 14-foot height, can we do volleyball and basketball there? I mean, maybe I'm not envisioning.
Well, what we're talking about is eve height. And so
Sorry, say one more time.
What we're talking about, here, please.
Eve height, okay.
Eve height. So what we're talking about, when you get into the center of the building, no, we're absolutely going to be quite a bit higher than that. We'll hit what Mr. Stanley's talking about in the center of the building. At the outside edges, no, we're not. We're at 14 foot, and it increases almost a foot every 10 feet is about where we're at. So you would go from 14 to 15, 10 foot in, another 10 foot in. You gradually increase all the way up.
So if I want to make that baseline to baseline pass for that last 2-second shot on the clock, that's what I need, is that arc in the middle.
Yeah, and depending on how you set that up, for if you're referring to basketball or volleyball, the center section of it would be plenty high. But if you want to completely fill the complex, like Mr. Stanley's talking about, then you're going to have to raise those eve heights up.
So, Mayor, if I could, your 14.5-foot eve height is probably maybe 11 foot in the clear on the bottom of that red iron flange as it comes up to that tapered column? Just guessing.
Right now, I'm taking a look at that engineer because it depends on what the bolt pattern is. If the bolt pattern is on the face or on the top. If it's on the top, we maintain the 14.5 to 15.
So keep in mind, you have, in this design, if we do a 14'6" eve height, and I think it shows it on the design. Don't we have a drawing?
Yeah, that's the
yeah, it
preliminary
shows
sketch,
it.
yeah.
So it's showing, if you look at your drawing there on that end wall, you'll see how wide that flange gets at the bottom. So, Mayor, what I'm talking about is on the inside of that square footage, because if you're going to concrete this whole thing in, you don't want to have 25 or 30,000 square foot of usable space and have 60,000 square foot of concrete. We could probably triple our court capacity with 20-foot height. And really, 25 would be fantastic. So if we could go 25, and I wouldn't direct you, but if council so directed you to bring back pricing at 20 or 25, we would be able to get a budget comparison on where your most bang for your buck is. And on a design like this where you don't have wall girts, you don't have wall panels, you don't have insulation, you're talking a really good return on your investment.
Absolutely.
And I'm just trying to think of if you spent, let's say it's $2.5 million to get something like this for the entire community. Not that we don't sincerely appreciate our customer back there, and I definitely agree with your statement that you would even be willing to wait and forego it being ready this November if it helped the entire community, and that is the culture that I think we're all gravitated to, and sincerely appreciate you stating that. So I think that if we were willing to look at 25, 20, and then this proposal, we as a council could make much better decision on how that money is spent.
Jerry, talk to us again about timeline. Like you've requested a design at 14.6.
That's correct. And like I said, the driving factor was thinking about the current users. I'll be honest with you, thinking about basketball and volleyball in there was not part of the equation. We've taken it into account in some other areas, but not in this one. This one was more of the current customers and some of the future customers, but not athletics. So to raise it up, Mr. Stanley's absolutely right. We won't be able to deliver it. We won't be able to hit the time frame This was an aggressive time frame to begin with, but we're talking about another set of engineered building to get us to those elevations. So, and I don't think he's very far off on the cost. We're probably looking at $2.5 million for that.
And I think you'd get 3 times the building for 2.5 that you'd get for 1.5.
I think we would still have to skim down the sides to get some additional support.
If we went back to, yeah, and you could still keep that open air concept by doing portal frames, or if you didn't choose to do that, you could skin every third panel to get that rigidity. And if we go back to Fun Fest or something like that, I mean, there's so many things that we could envision in our community when we're talking about downtown and the massive investment that we've already made down here. You know, for $2.5 million to have a large outdoor recreation facility that could really do some things, and you know, when it's not being used, can local sports rent it out? You know, do we have good basketball, volleyball teams? You know, you drive by Amarillo College and those courts are packed on Washington. You know, and I don't even know how many there are, but there's not that many. So this would go a long way, I think, in showing our citizens we're trying to get the most bang for their buck.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the most that we've thought about athletics was actually in the Civic Center plan, not so much on the outdoor side. That's one reason it wasn't considered here. This was more for something that was basically overpass height is what it was designed for. But if you want to direct us to go outdoor athletics as well as indoor, we can definitely go that way.
Mayor, I would move to direct Mr. Danforth to go back and bring us 2 different submittals. If you want to go through buy board, no big deal. PSB, keep the same fast track if that's your choice. But to bring us back 2 submittals at 25 and 20-foot eave heights.
Jerry, how long would it take to get that?
We could probably have something within 7 to 10 days. It's going to take some additional engineering, but yeah, we could probably have it in 7 to 10 days.
So are we still going to have athletics in the Civic Center, or are we trying to do both or one or the other?
It would be additional because we do have the exhibit hall space designed to be able to host a lot of basketball and volleyball. I don't recall the exact numbers. I think we were looking at maybe 12 basketball courts, up to 12 basketball courts in 75,000 square feet, and 18 or so volleyball courts inside there. You might want to scale it down a little bit just to give a little more space in between courts, but that does provide some space between courts. So this will be additional to that, which is absolutely good. I mean, there's nothing bad about that.
So it's both, right?
Right. Is it both? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, it would be both.
Just to
correct.
answer your question specifically.
And then that doesn't include the arena, which will also be able to host a number of.
And then, what is Lehman's position right now as far as if we do go this route? So, what happens if we don't meet your deadline? I mean, so what problems do you incur, or is it monetarily?
Not to imply that you're demanding or setting deadlines for us, Lehman, at all.
They have a large backyard I can borrow. That still work.
Fertilizer is free?
Yes.
You'll bring the fertilizer.
Make sure your grass is real green next spring. It is a real space issue for 2022. That's not to be undermined. The capacity that area offers currently using the tent mechanism is not going to meet the demand that we have for 2022. I guess we can always get creative in some ways. I don't know how we would get creative, but
so I guess that's probably my question. What is the alternate plan?
We'd have to think about that. To be honest, Mayor Pro Tem, we'd have to look at some plans to figure out how we could handle that situation. The one thing, and I'm not a construction guy at all, so kind of maybe lean to y'all. The one thing I do know is animal facilities, equestrian facilities. The one concern, and again, this is not just about us, but it would need to work for us, right? So a space that doesn't work would not really service our needs. The one thing you want to watch out for is when you are putting temporary stalls in that area, if the ceiling is so tall that the rain and snow can still access by being, we have wind here, right? From what I remember, you do have concerns of blow through that happen through such tall eaves. So we'd really want to think maybe even in the initial plan about how, not just for our events, but if you're trying to hold something else in there, those tall eaves are going to let a lot of wind through. So how can you come in and block that for certain events that might be had? Beth, maybe have another conversation about city events that would happen in there, but that'd be one concern to me. When most equestrian facilities have a lower eave to protect that blow through that's coming in from the sides.
We could probably satisfy both of those requirements by just having a drop down eave on the sides. It's like a wall.
Yep.
It just doesn't go all the way down. It'll affect wind loads and things like that, but we can take care of that.
Okay.
Jerry, time is an issue here. If you needed 7 days to get those estimates for us, we can call a special meeting, council, and take this up again so that y'all know me, I'm not necessarily willing to give up on the idea that we can't do both, which is have the opportunity to look at a change in the design, but still work under the timeline that meets our customer need. So we want to do good customer service. And I mean, the sooner we have it, the sooner Center City can be using it, the sooner that Cashin can be selling it, the sooner that it's just another amenity that Bo and his team can offer as part of Civic Center revenue.
Yeah.
Sure.
To say something about it. Well, if we hold up the process and make changes to the plans, no matter if we go with a new plan or the existing plan, we can't have construction on that site whenever WRCA. So we would be waiting until after WRCA Farm and Ranch, and if we can get U.S. Custom Harvesters back in here, that's the end of January. So just to consider that the change in the timeline isn't just about the 7 days. We can't lose that space for those fall and early winter events.
So it either has to be constructed or we have to wait 9, 10 months.
More space for sports. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not going either way. I'm not trying to make a case for either way. What I am saying is I didn't hear on, mentioned on the timeline.
Well,
the delay is real because y'all have to have that.
Have the space for
yeah.
So, Mayor, can I get a little bit of explanation on that? Because I'm looking at a bid, 4-week lead time, 5 to 7 week fabrication. Building gets delivered here in 12 weeks. They need 8 to 10 weeks to erect it and roof it. So is that a 20-week turnaround, Jerry? So how does that factor with what you have scheduled?
We're good because WRCA will kick off those events.
So I'm not following you on the
What I'm
the
saying
timeline.
is if we are so close to construction meeting the deadline, and even if it's a week and a half, and we're adding to the construction or to the project with concrete and things like that, that cannot start until after those fall events, because then we would be going into their events, and that is space that is already utilized.
They have to have the
So I
space,
wasn't
whether it
hearing
has a
that.
pavilion on it or it
It is
doesn't
a
have a
logistical
pavilion
problem.
on it.
Right. They
I
need
mean,
to-
we've all seen how you use the space. You have to have your pens set up in that physical space. So
Our
we can't
office
have
would
it under
literally be
construction and
looking
not
for
accessible.
Buses for livestock.
So the 7
You know what I
days
mean?
put us, the 7 days put us outside the window.
Yes, because we're looking. Potentially, yes, because we're looking at a different kind of fabrication with a different size of steel. And so I don't know. We were fortunate enough to have a manufacturer that's actually at New Deal that's capable of producing this product for us. I don't know what their manufacturing capabilities are. If they can jump up to that, like Mr. Stanley represented, if they can jump to that elevation and they have the steel components to do it, then potentially I'm liable to have the guys rolling off the job site at the same time that he's rolling in with stock trailers.
If I could, just to propose, just as a way to move, but y'all know that with Jerry and with city construction in general, we are very aggressive. We move fast. I would say,
because it saves us money typically. Well,
yeah, give us, if it's okay, and I don't want to be telling y'all what to do, but I'm throwing out an option. Give us a short amount of time to get all of this lined out, bring you options, tell you how it's going to impact, at least what we project it's going to impact on timelines. And you can give us a go, no go on accelerated construction or construction that would start after we complete all of our fall events. Because Cashin's exactly correct. We would have to have that site available, regardless of whether or not we have a pavilion or not. But I think we can give you a good understanding of construction timelines, options for cost on the two different heights of buildings, and make a very informed decision very quickly. We can work with the mayor to decide if we need to have a called meeting or not, and be communicating that to all of council. I think we have the information we need right now. If I'm hearing from council a consensus to bring forward another option for y'all to consider, doesn't take a vote from council or anything like that. Your consensus is going to guide us on how we move forward on this.
Mr. City Manager, what is your definition of a short amount of time?
I'm using a short amount of time, like Jerry said, a week, up to a week, for us to have some recommendations ready to review. Now, that's going to put a huge amount of pressure on Jerry, and if that's just not possible, and it's going to take 10, then we'll communicate that out to you immediately and let you know what our timelines are looking like. I think, knowing Jerry, he's telling me 7, and he can get it in 6.5. He generally doesn't pad things terribly, but I think we can get done what he's proposing we can get done.
I have total trust in Jerry. Does that work for you, Mr. Danforth?
That means a lot to me. It puts the pressure on me. Just don't ask Councilman Smith to say that.
I didn't hear that.
So does that work for you?
I think I can get some numbers by that timeline. And it will at least identify if the manufacturer that we have identified for this project is capable of doing that scope.
So
not all can, because the size changes on the structural steel.
That main question right there about whether or not we can still have access to the product that the New Deal company is producing, is that a phone call that you need to make? Because that's sort of a big fork in the road for us.
I can tell you I'll know some of that by tomorrow afternoon. If they have those capabilities, I will know it by tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Councilmember Stanley, I'm good then.
So,
well, I think there's not anything we need to vote on because
I'm good with him going and doing his homework, with the homework that Jerry needs to go do, and then come back to us.
So I appreciate that from City Manager, that all we need is a consensus. That's great. I withdraw my motion. I do want to make sure I can fully support this, though, because what we're doing right now is exactly what I would hope to be able to do in this council and body, is build on an idea. You had a need, you started problem solving, and now in a short discussion, I think we've improved what we're going to end up with as a product. We're not going to end up one day, which I have plenty of times, constructed something, turned around and looked back at it and said, why didn't we make that taller? Why didn't we make that just a little bit bigger? So I appreciate that.
We appreciate your comments. I think it's been a good discussion,
yes, it has
and
been.
That we're definitely behind the idea, Jerry. We can see that our customers want it. Thank you, Beth, for being here. Thank you, Lehman. Thank you, Cashin, for staying. So I think it's a good idea.
Great. I just wanted to ask the other question and how this will be funded, and if we are willing to look at funding through the general fund for something like this. And so can I ask the original intention of this funding today, what will that come from?
Are you asking where's the funding coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, great.
Because the other was
Mr.
hot
City,
tax.
Okay, Mr. City Manager. Or Jerry. I think y'all know both answer.
I'll let the city manager.
Okay. The question is, where's the funding coming from for this project, Mr. City Manager?
This project is proposed as it is here through the Civic Center project. We do have adequate funds through HOT to pay for it as well. With the increased scope and cost, I would propose that we bring back a combined Civic Center and HOT funding strategy for this, just to make sure that we're preserving all the capacity possible for the larger project. But we'll bring recommendations for funding mix to you, and certainly be responsive to however council wants to do it.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, that satisfies me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a bathroom break and come back in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Thank you for reading.
Yeah, we'll recess.
Frequent movements over here. spoken to Jerry, so I'm trying to call him again.
Okay.
Section 3 of our agenda. Section 3A is a public hearing and consideration of ordinance number 7986. Mr. City Manager, we got Brady coming to the podium. But.
All right, Mayor, we have a number of rezonings to discuss, and to bring all of those items to us, and we're getting used to this, we have a Brady Kendrick period of 4 items. So, Brady, this one is a SUP. Take it away.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is a ordinance is to consider rezoning Tract 52 and a portion of Tract 53 Whitaker subdivision in Section 92, Block 2, A.B.M. Survey, Potter County, Texas, and to rezone to light industrial district with a specific use permit 202 for an asphalt or concrete batching plant. The vicinity is Triangle Drive and the Lakeside Drive, and the applicant is Brad Studeville for Vancouver Properties, LLC. The applicant is requesting the change in order to develop the site with the concrete batching plant. The Planning and Zoning Commission found that the request would conform with the future land use and character map and with the neighborhood unit concept of development. This is due to its location near the intersection of Triangle Drive and Loop 335. Looking at zoning and development patterns in the area, this is an industrial area of Amarillo with many uses either being zoned industrial or developed with industrial uses. The Planning and Zoning Commission was of the opinion that if approved, minimal additional impacts, if any, on the residential uses to the north will result given the existing industrial land uses in the area and the fact that the bulk of area activities are to be located within the southern portion of the lot. It is worth noting that an appraisal was provided that stated that the proposed use would not result in any negative impacts to the property values of neighboring properties. Notices have been sent to all property owners within 200 feet as required by state law, and we have received 2 calls from property owners expressing concern with the proposed with the proposal as of this meeting. During the Planning and Zoning Commission, those 2 property owners spoke on the case. One property owner that resides in the residences to the north stated that they were concerned about impacts to property values, while another adjacent property owner expressed concerns about potential dust being generated by the operation. The applicant during the meeting did state that the site would meet TCEQ requirements for concrete batching plants and that the machinery would have dust mitigation measures built in. And I will also mention that the city ordinance does give us the ability to regulate industrial uses such as noise, odorous matter, particulate matter, etc. Considering all that just mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the request as presented with a unanimous vote.
Council, do we have questions for Brady? No? Okay, thank you, Brady. At this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 3A, ordinance number 7986. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak for, on, or against ordinance number 7986? Seeing no one, we'll close this hearing and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7986, rezoning Tract 52 and a portion of Tract 53, Whitaker subdivision in Section 92, Block 2, A.B.M. Survey, Potter County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from light industrial district and agricultural district to light industrial district with specific use permit 202 1-1S-202 for an asphalt or concrete batching plant in the vicinity of Triangle Drive and Lakeside Drive.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve ordinance number 7986. Any discussion or questions from the council on that? Hearing none, all of those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes with a 5-0 vote. Brady, let's move on to item 3B.
Item 3B is consideration of an ordinance to rezone Lot 6, Block 3, Canode Park, Unit Number 7, in addition to the City of Amarillo, in Section 42, Block 9, BSNF Survey, Potter County, Texas, the change from Agricultural District and Heavy Commercial District to Heavy Commercial District. The vicinity is Interstate 40 and Coulter Street, and the applicant is Brian Elrod for Britton and Withrow, LP. The applicant is requesting a change in zoning in order to construct a 120-foot tall telecommunications tower on the westernmost portion of this tract without needing to have a setback equal to the height of the tower. Agricultural District does allow for telecommunication towers. However, Agricultural District does have the just mentioned setback requirement. Considering cell phone towers are allowed in all zoning districts, a typical planning practices such as future land use map and neighborhood unit concept of the development does not play as large a role in this case. What does play a role is the surrounding characteristics of development and zoning patterns in the area. The applicant's tract is merely expanding 150 foot westward the existing heavy commercial zoning to accommodate the height of the tower without the setback. With a 120-foot tower with no setback being allowed in the surrounding heavy commercial zoning, the Planning and Zoning Commission believe that the applicant's request is not out of character with this area. Notices were sent to property owners as required by state law. As of this meeting, one phone call was received from a neighboring property owner expressing concerns about the height of the tower being in close proximity to existing power lines. Considering the just mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this request with a unanimous vote.
Questions for Brady? Anybody? Okay, thank you, Brady. At this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 3B, ordinance number 7987. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak for, on, or against this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the hearing and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 7987, rezoning Lot 6, Block 3, Canode Community Park, Unit Number 7, in addition to the City of Amarillo in Section 42, Block 9, BSNF Survey, Potter County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from agricultural district and heavy commercial district to heavy commercial district in the vicinity of Interstate I-40 and Coulter Street.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer. Any further discussion or questions on the motion? Okay, hearing none. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 3C, ordinance number 7988. Brady?
This ordinance is to consider rezoning lots 13 and 14, Block 22, Belmont Park Annex, in addition to the City of Amarillo in Section 157, Block 2, A&M Survey, Potter County, Texas, to change from General Retail District to Manufactured Home District. The vicinity is Muir Street and Northeast 16th Avenue, and the applicant is Diana Soto. The applicant is requesting the change in zoning in order to place a Type B manufactured home on the lot. The Planning and Zoning Commission found that the request would conform with the future land use and character map. Additionally, the request would conform with the neighborhood unit concept of development. Residential land uses are common midsection, but modern planning principles attempt to avoid access out onto major thoroughfares. That said, when considering the fact that there are residences accessing Muir Street to the north and south of this tract, the Planning Commission was of the opinion that minimal additional negative impacts would result should 2 more residences be allowed. Concerning surrounding development and zoning patterns, the applicant's lots are adjacent to zoning that would allow such uses and where other similar residential products are found along Muir Street. Considering this, the Planning Commission believed that the applicant's request, if approved, better fits the overall character of the area, more so than retail development on these lots, as they would be surrounded on 3 sides by residential products and would not negatively impact the area if it were to be rezoned to manufactured home district. Notices were sent to property owners within 200 feet as required by state law. And as of this meeting, 1 phone call was received that did not express opposition to the request. Considering the just mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval as presented with a unanimous vote.
Any questions for Brady about this item?
So was this the gentleman that spoke earlier?
Yes.
Public comment? Okay.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you, Brady. At this time, we'll open a public hearing on item 3C, ordinance number 7988. Anyone wishes to speak for, on, or against this item may do so at this time. Seeing no one, make sure nobody's coming in to talk about it. Okay, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing on this and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 7988, rezoning lots 13 and 14, Block 22, Belmont Park Annex, in addition to the City of Amarillo in Section 157, Block 2, A&M Survey, Potter County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways to change from General Retail District to Manufactured Home District in the vicinity of Muir Street and Northeast 16th Avenue.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Council Member Stanley to approve ordinance number 7988. Any further discussion or questions on that motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes with a 5-0 vote.
And Brady, I apologize to you. I'm not Brady, but I did answer that question.
Good.
Sorry about that.
Item 3D, Brady, on ordinance number 7989.
Yeah, this ordinance is to consider rezoning of Lot 4, Block 1, Medical Institute Subdivision Unit Number 5, in addition to the City of Amarillo in Section 25, Block 9, BS&F Survey, Potter County, Texas, to change from Office District 2 to Planned Development District 398 for reduction of minimum parking requirements related to a multifamily development. The vicinity is Southwest 9th Avenue and Wallace Boulevard, and the applicant is Liz Homan for LHMK LLC. The applicant is proposing the change in zoning in order to develop the tract with a 4-story, 105-unit apartment complex. While the applicant's proposed use is allowed in the current zoning, due to site constraints, mainly topography, the applicant is unable to meet parking ratios for an apartment complex, which currently are 1.5 spaces per unit. That said, utilizing the parking requirements proposed in the zoning ordinance rewrite, which is based on bedroom count, the applicant's proposed parking that is being proposed would be sufficient. Considering the zoning ordinance rewrite is on hold, the applicant chose to submit for a planned development zoning that utilized the parking requirements proposed within the rewrite. The planned development would permit uses allowed in Office District 2, an apartment complex that meets multiple family District 2 density standards as well. Bulk area requirements and signage will comply with multifamily 2 zoning district standards. The applicant's requested rezoning would comply with the future land use and character map and neighborhood unit concept given the location and development and zoning patterns in the area. Notices were sent to all property owners within 200 feet as required by state law. As of this meeting, no comments have been received regarding this request. Considering the previously mentioned, the Planning Commission is of the opinion that the request would not be detrimental to the area and allows for implementation of more modern parking ratios that enable a project to move forward given the status of the zoning rewrite project. As such, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the request as presented with a unanimous vote.
Questions for Brady? Okay, thank you, Brady. At this time, we'll open a public hearing on ordinance number 7988, proposed ordinance 7988, item D, 3D on the agenda. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak for, on, or against this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 7989, rezoning Lot 4, Block 1, Medical Institute Subdivision, Unit Number 5, in addition to the City of Amarillo, in Section 25, Block 9, BS&F Survey, Potter County, Texas, plus 1/2 of all bounding streets, alleys, and public ways, to change from Office District 2 to Planned Development District 398 for a reduction of minimum parking requirements related to multifamily development in the vicinity of Southwest 9th Avenue and Wallace Boulevard.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve ordinance number 7989. Any discussion or questions about it? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to item 3E, consideration of a resolution number 061422-4. Mr. City Manager.
Well, this refunding, I've got Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer Laura Storrs to present the item. Laura.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item is to approve a resolution authorizing the Canadian River Municipal Water Authority to move forward with a potential refunding later this year on the outstanding 2014 refunding bonds. What this does is basically sets parameters of there would be a minimum present value savings of 3%. The bonds that are outstanding right now that were issued in 2014 had interest rates of 5%, and so they're looking to achieve a much lower interest rate and get a minimum present value savings of about 3%. What they're estimating is this could be somewhere around $380,000. So being one of the member cities, council is asked to take action to authorize them to move forward on this refunding to save money. And I did a tiny bit of research. The 2014 refunding bonds refunded 2006 bonds that were used to acquire water rights, and they were originally at $49 million. So the board approved, the CRMWA board approved back in April to move forward, having the member cities approve these refunding authorizations, and then they would be looking to authorize the issuance of the refunding bonds with these parameters. It looks like at their July 13th meeting, so that would be coming up soon. If there's other questions, they did send us a packet of information, and it basically shows interest rate trends and gives, I gave you the overview from the packet, but we have them if you would like to see copies of those. And if there's any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer it.
Questions? Okay, thank you, Laura. Do we have a motion with regard to item 3E?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve resolution number 06-14-22-4, authorizing the Canadian River Municipal Water Authority to issue refunding bonds to refund all or part of the outstanding Canadian River Municipal Water Authority subordinate lien contract revenue refunding bonds, Series 2014 conjunctive use groundwater supply project, the Series 2014 bonds.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Powell and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve resolution number 06-1422-4. Any further discussion or questions about that motion?
What are they going to keep the term the same?
Yes, that's my understanding. They would keep the term the same. It would just be a basic refinance to lower the interest rate.
Okay, thanks.
It's a great question. Any other questions? Okay, all of those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes with the 5-0 vote. Last item on our agenda is item 3F. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, thank you. Just like with the first installment of the ARPA funds, we are bringing to Council a recommended funding strategy that will, it's a resolution really, that will guide staff as we move forward with both with the budget this summer, but also as we move forward with executing projects. Each one of these items that will require Council, that exceeds my purchase authority or staff purchase authority will have to come back to Council at a later time, either for formative planning stages, but certainly for authorization prior to making any of those expenditures that would require Council approval. So to walk us through it, we have Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer Laura Stores, and then also to answer any questions, Laura, I, or a variety of other people in the room can answer any questions you have.
Okay, so I want to first go over just a quick reminder of these, what these American Rescue Plan Act dollars are used for. They're a very unique opportunity for state and local governments to make strategic investments in long-lived assets. They're also meant to rebuild reserves, to enhance financial stability, and to cover any kind of temporary operating shortfalls until economic conditions stabilize. So as you will all remember, the city of Amarillo got a direct allocation from the United States Treasury Department, and that amount is $39,676,317. And that was in 2 installments. The first we received back on May 19th, 2021 for $19,838,158.50. And we just received our second installment on June 6th for the same amount for that second half of the dollars. The Treasury Department had an interim final rule. You probably remember us talking about that previously. And then they did issue a final rule with guidance. They've been also issuing some additional guidance on the reporting side of these dollars. The final rule went into effect April 1st of this year. So the dollars that we have in hand must be encumbered by the end of December of 2024 and fully spent before December 31st of 2026. Please stop me if you have questions along the way. So the funding objectives are to support the urgent COVID-19 response efforts, also to replace lost revenue for eligible state, local, and territorial and tribe governments, support immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses, and address systematic public health and economic challenges that have contributed to the unequal impacts of the pandemic. So per the final rule, we have these main 4 areas. They're the same 4 areas we discussed with the interim final rule when we went through the first installment. The first eligible area is to support the COVID-19 public health and economic response. The second is to replace lost public sector revenue. The third one is to provide premium pay for eligible workers performing essential work. And then the fourth is to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So I wanted to do a reminder of what you all authorized through the first installment project plan. The first piece was the revenue loss component. We were going off of the guidelines from the interim final rule at that point in time. And so we had a dollar amount of $11,205,000. And I'll tell you in a minute, it has changed. The final ruling, that was one of the changes they made. They changed the formula for revenue recovery for city services, actually more favorably, and it's increased this dollar amount. But the first installment, you all authorized the $11.2 million. We also saw you guys approve an investment in infrastructure related to broadband. We talked about that earlier in this meeting. So $6 million, and you saw the impact and what that has started just from that first installment of this ARPA money. The next pieces were under the public health and economic impact section of the ARPA. And the first part was with parks. And you'll remember there were 4 playgrounds authorized, and these had to be in areas of low to moderate income. So we had Sanborn Park, Thompson Park, Benton Park, and Glenwood. And this was for new playground equipment. We had the ribbon cutting already on the newly constructed Benton Park playground just a couple of weeks ago. So that's exciting, and these projects are moving very quickly. The next,
Laura, was the
Yes, ma'am.
Mary Hazelwood Park in here also?
That, I believe, was on, I think that was in the second, the other set of playgrounds that we were
okay.
funding out of the general fund dollars. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We had a list of 13 or 14 playgrounds altogether, these 4 coming out of the ARPA funds.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome. So the next section is still in the public health and economic impact area of ARPA. So there was $175,000 authorized for life packs through the fire department. Also some additional paramedic training of $258,159. Then there was also equipment authorized for a new crime center for our Amarillo Police Department at $258,159. And I believe all of those projects are underway. Things are being ordered, and they are moving. As you heard earlier, the Coming Home Litter Crew, you all kicked off that program with these dollars at $250,000, and you saw the results. We had the one employee step up and talk about how this has helped change her life, and that's a great thing that you can see what this investment is doing right here in our community. The next item is for the Convention and Visitors Bureau tourism support. As you know, they certainly took a hit on their budget during the pandemic, and so you all authorized $100,000 in support of them, and then to help further tourism. And then there was $500,000 authorized for senior citizens ventilation, food insecurity assistance, and social distancing support. And we have had many discussions on that and are working on furthering that and getting project proposals from those groups in our community so we can start working through those dollars very soon. So the second installment, as I mentioned, we received the money last week on June 6th. And so what we have here are proposed items that meet the criteria of the final ruling from the American Rescue Plan Act. And I did want to, and I sent an email out so you all kind of saw a first look, and I want to tell you a couple of the numbers moved by a couple thousand as we trued them up to the actual athletic field lighting projects. And so wanted to give you a heads up on that as you're looking through these. So the first one is the revenue loss. And as I mentioned, the Treasury Department put out rules on how we calculate that revenue loss. There's a spreadsheet, and we drop in our numbers, and it's a calendar look. So we looked at 2020 and we looked at 2021, and we went back prior to COVID, and we had to grow those numbers forward based on what the Treasury Department said was allowable. So we have an additional $14,313,919 in revenue recovery for city services related to 2020 and 2021. So that's in addition to the first installment, just to true up city services based on the Treasury Department's guidance.
Laura, if I can ask,
Yes.
so the 11.2 does increase or is included in the 14.3?
It does increase. So it's the 11,205,000 plus this 14,313,000.
Okay.
And it covers 2 calendar years. And so the way it worked, and I apologize, I don't have those exact numbers off the top of my head, but what the Treasury did in the interim final rule that we were following on the first installment, they had a lower growth factor year over year that we had to use. So that's how we calculated the 11.2. When they came out with the final ruling, they increased that growth factor. And so there was an additional, it was somewhere between $3 and $4 million related to
5.5 million.
Yes.
Going to the general fund in lost revenue.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And we've already allocated the first 11 million, right?
Yes. So those dollars went back into the general fund, and then the excess cash that created inside the general fund has already been allocated. Yes. The next section here is related to public health and economic impacts. The first area you guys worked through earlier this calendar year, as we were talking about the needs in our athletic fields, the lighting concerns there. There was approximately $2.2 million that was authorized that you all earmarked through these ARPA dollars in these low to moderate income areas. So the first one here is El Alamo. And it was $330,000. The next one is the Martin Road Complex at $635,000. The third one's River Road Softball Fields at $770,000. And then the last one is the Thompson Park Softball Fields for $430,000. And you'll remember this was in addition to the money that was authorized through the debt issuance to do the rest of the athletic field lighting. And I'm not going to put Michael on the spot, but I believe the bids for these projects opened last week and are being evaluated, so we're going to start seeing movement soon on all of these projects. The next area in this second installment related to the public health and economic impacts, these are items for our fire department. There is 100 sets of protective gear for $425,520. 5 cardiac monitors at $280,000, 15 video laryngoscopes. I told Brandon I wouldn't be able to say that, so I said that wrong. And that's at least department has some improvements over at their facilities related to ventilation, their academy rooms and their locker rooms, doing some improvements over there at about $750,000. Then we're looking to ask for maybe another $250,000 for the Coming Home Litter Crew, which now has the name of the Prep Academy. You've heard the success there, and certainly know this $250 they would put that to good use going forward. And then Jason Riddlesberger spoke about the Pallet Shelter, that gap in our services to the homeless in our community, and he talked to you all about the vision of that. And what we're looking to do is see if we can utilize some of this ARPA funding to start help getting that project moving forward. And one of the areas in the ARPA Act was related to housing insecurity and related to the homeless. COVID certainly showed that the normal shelters for our homeless, having them all in one large room, is not as safe during a pandemic. And a pallet shelter certainly meets needs in a very different way in light of a pandemic. So the dollar amount on that being requested is $1,113,940. Oh, sorry. Oh, I apologize. Give us just a second.
Yeah, I think one thing to point out is there's going to be significantly more public safety and pallet shelter money recommended in the excess general fund portion of this conversation.
Yes. So this next piece here is the public. Make that a total contribution of $600,000 out of the ARPA funds. And then we continue to see great things out of our neighborhood plans. And a request would be to look at potentially funding another $100,000 towards each of those 4 neighborhood plans. And I know we had a member from the San Jacinto Neighborhood Board. She apologized she couldn't stay for the whole meeting, but was highly in support of this as well and appreciated any consideration on this. So, and there's great things going on in each of those 4 areas at this time. So those are the recommendations, the staff recommendations on the use of the ARPA funds. Are there any questions that I could answer on any of this?
Questions? Howard?
I'm curious what one pallet shelter costs.
So a pallet shelter, depending on the size, I believe there's 2 different sizes, either with 2 beds or 4 beds. I believe is running, I don't think Jason's in here, somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000. On a community like that, there would also need to be utility work done, some sort of a foundation and I don't know if that's concrete or something, that everything goes on. And then there would be, as Jason mentioned, restroom facilities and facilities where meals could be served inside of. Yes.
On that, I know that when we first brought the concept to council to discuss, and council was the one that said, let's put $1 million into that or something like that, maybe a little more. And we were thinking, wow, it's a lot of money, council. You sure you want to put that much into it? We could probably do this for. We just didn't understand the full cost of the project early point. As we have traveled to look at Pallet, that project is more than what we initially anticipated it would be. So if council has any thoughts on that, we'd love to hear that. We want to make sure that we're pushing towards the right size project and the right cost.
And one other thing, I know I had sent you all kind of a first look at a list of some thoughts behind, as these revenue recovery dollars are recaptured back into our general fund, it could create some excess cash. And the thought is to bring those recommended projects back for further discussion during our budget review process, which is coming up really quickly. I'm sure you're all excited about. But a chance for you to kind of see our thoughts behind some projects that we know that we've heard either from council or from our community or inside our organization, or there's great needs. And so we wanted to kind of give a first look at that for you all to kind of start thinking about it. And then we're not seeking authorization on any of that until we get to the budget process, but wanted to kind of get you all thinking about it to give you a chance in case you had questions about any of it. I do want to mention one of the projects that was included on that list was something that council has previously authorized for use of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and that was for the St. Anthony Senior Housing Project. And as we've been working with that group, we knew that was a priority for our council. We just wanted to make sure that we could help them be successful with those dollars, and there are extremely strict and stringent federal regulations on any type of procurement on a construction project that we know these dollars would only be a small piece in an overall big bit more flexibility in help them to be successful in the overall project. So,
does anybody have a problem with that approach, just talking specifically about that one?
No, I don't.
and they would be required to follow, obviously, all city procurement, you know, although ours, but federal standards certainly add a whole nother layer on
I just know the funds are greatly needed for that project, and I'm looking forward to, you know, when we can really get that one off the ground and running, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I appreciate that staff is looking ahead at the challenges, that the practicality of submitting the paperwork, and, you know, so I appreciate y'all weighing in on, hey, this might be a better approach.
Because it is a process to go through that.
Yeah.
It is, and we've been, whether it's the first installment, second installment, we're working with any outside group that might be receiving some of these funds to let them know the strict requirements, the audit process from our external auditors, and then we are anticipating another audit later on in time from most likely the federal government on these dollars. So we're trying to be very transparent because it comes with a lot of requirements, these dollars do.
And on the police 4th and 5th floor remodel, so once we do this, they should be in really great shape then, right?
That is correct. And oh, no, Jerry's not here anymore. Yes, that's my understanding. These are the last 2 floors over in that facility that need renovations. And I know that the 4th floor especially, I think that's where the locker room facilities are. They are very outdated and need a lot of renovations. And my understanding, this will get the 4th and 5th floors done, more academy space so we can hold, you know, larger groups if needed, or have them properly spaced out if we ever need it, and really, finish off that whole police department area.
Okay, and then we've already taken care of the elevators, right? So
it is in process. I'm not sure if those are complete, but you all have already authorized. Jared, do you know if those?
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Frida.
So,
more questions?
Mr. Miller, can I get a better definition or description of an expectation for a significant increase in public safety?
Yeah, well, that was the additional $4.5 million for the police facility, and the $3.5 million, well, $4.5 million total. $1 million for the police facility and $3.5 million for the workers' comp adjustments for public safety losses.
Okay, so out of the 14,
it's about 6, just under 6.
14.3, is that right? And then Laura, I'm just trying to run the total with the remaining 4.5 million from broadband. That we wouldn't, no, it wouldn't be that, would it? What would be the remaining amount on broadband? Are we 1.5 plus the 2.2?
Well, we're not going to exceed the $6 million that's already been allocated to broadband.
Yeah, the $6 million that was already requested in the first installment we have uses for all of it. So it's part of it will be with the AT&T partnership, and then part of it will be on the citywide
public Wi-Fi.
Public Wi-Fi. Thank you. Yes.
So your $6 million has no savings that you've accounted for in these totals.
That is correct.
Okay, so these totals are laying out for us the lost revenue of 11.2 that went to City Hall, and then the second for the 14.3, which is the revised calculation plus the additional 3.15 million. And then this 14.3 should equate over here to the second page?
Yes.
As your breakdown.
Yes.
So I have a question in the way that it states of your report. It said that the ARPA monies were to rebuild reserves. So if you reserve?
See, and that's a very interesting question, because you're exactly right. It does state in here that it's to rebuild reserves, but you technically cannot hold that money in, forever in reserves.
So
and
in theory, you could rebuild a reserve for 3 years?
Yeah.
Then you still
and then
have
you'd
to
have
have it
to
spent.
exactly. You'd have to find a way then to utilize that money in conjunction with, well, at that point, if you brought it in and rebuilt your reserves, it would technically be free and clear at that point in time. Well, I say free and clear. It would be part of the overall general fund services, and so something that's within general fund scope for use of the funds, it would be free to be used for anything at a future point.
I think a key
for that.
distinction is if you have adequate reserves to meet your fiduciary requirements, then you can spend the residual money on other general fund projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they say rebuild reserves, that makes the assumption that people had to spend into their reserves during the pandemic.
It would be
We, on
for
the other
those
hand,
that
really
did, yeah.
didn't have to do that because we cut expenditures so aggressively.
That is correct. Yep.
On what you were authorized to do versus what we actually are proposing.
Yes, and I knew that cities normally see year over year.
Okay. Can I get an explanation of the service center expansion, that $3 million? Is that everything that's going that we had previously discussed?
Yes, so, and I'll bring Floyd up because he'll have more, but out at our service center where we've got most of our service vehicles, they have had a lot of needs for many years. They're beyond capacity, and we have another building out there, and this will be to help the general fund pay for their portion of the expansion out there.
And
So-
Floyd, not to get a presentation of like everything, but like what would we still be lacking out there that you've told us beforehand? So if this $3 million goes out, did we cover all bases, or is there still a certain aspect or section remaining?
Good question, council member. This $3.5 million is dedicated to that office infrastructure improvements within what used to be the Benny Keith building. That's the long-term plan for expansion of the service center. That was purchased decades ago, and we did the roof earlier, remember? So this is a phased approach to the project. This is a piece of the puzzle of the expansion of the service center. Remember, we also have the fuel island improvements that will be improved through the debt issuance. So to answer your question directly, this is the office piece within the Benny Keith. This is not the complete service center package of expansion and improvements. Does that answer it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. No, Rita, no questions. Okay, great.
Just ready for the question.
Okay. If there's no other needs, we had public meeting on it. We've had multiple council meetings. It was part of our budget discussion last year. And I think every time we've touched the ARPA funds, we've all recognized that we're sitting on council during a very unique time. I mean, we've never had a funding drop from the federal government like this before, not in our lifetimes anyway. So we've said that we wanted them to be generational impacts. Like if this is a once-in-a-lifetime funding opportunity, then we wanted to be stewarding it in a way that it would create a once-in-a-lifetime impact for more than one generation. So I do appreciate, I feel like in looking at this broad list of lots of different areas that it's touched in, I was very moved by Jason's presentation today. Very excited by the broadband presentation to see how that has grown into the product and the level of service that it's going to be for citizens. So I do think I can see generational impact in the way that we're spending these dollars, and that I think is good. Y'all heard us well in asking for projects that cover lots of bases in the city, but that have a long-term impact in how they benefit citizens' lives. So that was my comment.
And Jared, we appreciate your leadership and how you lead your team because without you and your team, we could not be where we are today, especially, you know, with our budget and the projects that we're doing and continuing to do. So, and I know you never take the credit because you give your staff all the credit, but too, it's about leadership.
Yeah, well said. Okay, then, if there's no more questions for Laura, thank you for that report. Do we have a motion with regard to item 3F?
Yes. I move to approve resolution number 06-14-22-5, approving the project plan for the second and final installment of American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funding of $19,838,158.50 in accordance with the eligible uses identified in the final ruling issued by the United States Department of the Treasury that took effect April 1st, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve resolution number 06-1422-5. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Just referencing back to item 2K, I have asked the city manager to go ahead and consider that item. Just looking forward at the calendar, Monday is Juneteenth, 72-hour requirement, and hopefully head nods, people available 4:30 on Friday.
Yeah, I have
June 24th.
No, hang on.
18th.
This Friday?
June 17th.
I'm sorry,
right?
it is the 17th.
It'll be this Friday, though.
Yeah, June 17th,
Nothing
4:30.
like putting Jerry D on notice.
Well, the way it's worded, it will authorize the project. We will be adhering to the guidelines that council has already given, and whatever they give us whatever you give us on Friday. Anything that and so this would authorize the city manager to execute a contract not to exceed a certain amount. Now, we are going to hopefully have a good idea of what that number is going to be, but we made sure to put a number in there that you know, the last thing we want to do is authorize me to do a project that we can't do. We will push that as low as we can possibly push it. But this will enable the project to move fast, not irresponsibly fast, but fast enough to have an excellent project, incorporating all the guidelines that council lays out for us, and also trying to be able to achieve the goal of getting it up and running and ready before WRCA needs to move in. If that's not going to be possible, we will communicate that to you and let you know what that means to timelines. But this way we can work as aggressively as possible while still preserving timelines.
And kudos to Councilmember Stanley for the questions and putting us in a position where we can have both the benefit of that facility for multiple things. So, you know, great idea, brought through great discussion and good questions. And
We have a holiday Monday.
Yes.
yes, Monday is Juneteenth.
My question is, if we meet at 4:30, the quickest we could do it would be 5. And that's probably too late once we take action for Jerry to say, go ahead earlier that day.
Because 72 hours.
Shot for 4 and really needed to be at 4:30. We got it posted at 4:16. So Stephanie moved incredibly quickly. But it was
It's
really
an
more.
excellent question, Councilmember Smith.
It's way too bureaucratic, I know.
I don't have a time machine. I wish I did, but it's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. But that, to me, that was, again, just moving all the pieces so that we could have the benefit of the questions that were asked, giving Jerry more time, and still trying to move in a way that we could meet that supply chain start time so that we're maybe leaving open the idea that it could happen in time for this year's fall and winter events to use it.
As much as I'd love to be there on Friday, I won't be. So out of town Father's Day weekend. So I'm glad I got to contribute to our project. I would hope to be able to support this, especially for like athletic and multi-purpose events. And the only other comment that I would make, and I would be in full support as long as it does not include any type of future debt issuance. So as long as the project wouldn't be tied to any kind of future debt issuance. So if we can fund this with what we currently have, then I think it's money well spent and a good priority and prioritization of what we have. And so if we can look for those, that would be what I would ask you to do, unless you guys are willing to push the meeting till Tuesday.
Okay. Well, I think the time urgency, council advised me here, is if that's not something we're creating, that urgency is very real, but
Again, I feel
Dr. Sauer.
I'm all in.
Jerry created the urgency.
Jerry created the urgency.
I want to just meet their timeline.
It's always kind of fun to see what he can do.
Power was a little under the agenda, and we are adjourned. Thank you all for your time today. Appreciate it.